on the net, he 1500 without no logo on it. Boy, we been a little homie. I ain't never had before.
Okay, then. That's how we stand on business.
Good job, MP. I see. Long season. Time to grab that lunch bell and go to work.
MP!
These are the games you have to win to be taken seriously.
Coming up in the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois, at United Center, the Cavaliers taking on the Bulls. The Cavaliers presently in possession of the 7th spot in the East. A middle-of-the-pack team trying to make that next step. Bulls, Cavs, and back in a moment for the tip-off. Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball here on 2K Sports. Tonight, it's Noche and Beyond, a celebration of the amazing Latin culture in this league and its fans all over. And if you claim to be a basketball purist, and Greg, I know you do, one thing you gotta love watching is great ball movement.
Which is something both of these teams take pride in. It's always fun to watch guys be unselfish with the ball and look to make each other better.
Look at Cleveland's starting group. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. Wade out there with Max Strus. And it's Allen in at the 5, roaming the paint. It's his first trip to the line.
Shooting for Cleveland, Jarrett Allen.
Free throw, good, Allen.
Allen is a monster on the glass and continues to improve as a scorer.
And he can't hit the second. And Greg, the Cavaliers in recent years establishing a defensive identity.
They do a great job of locking down the paint, Kevin, forcing teams to shoot over the top and just vacuuming up those misses.
And it's always nice to get the easy look inside for your first points of the game.
Let's send it out to David Aldridge, who caught up with head coach Billy Donovan. David?
Now he's worried it's going to be one of those nights when Donovan Mitchell just goes off. He told me it's like guarding a ticking time bomb. You never know when he's going to blow up, but you're anticipating it. So coach is expecting the best out of his team, preparing for the worst. Guys?
Thanks so much, David. Giddey, no one around him. Drills the three-pointer.
And if you allow Giddey to get in rhythm, he is more than capable of knocking it down.
Mitchell outside. Wade finds Allen. Rebounded by Vucevic. Outside, White. The shot by Buzelis, no good.
You often expect him to convert these types of shots, but the D must have made their presence felt to prevent that one.
3-on-3. lost contact on the shot, and now a three-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
And a solid playmaker. White has a great sense for when he should look to give it up.
Bulls shooting their first foul shot of the night. So for the Bulls, their last game, a win against Indiana. Mitchell against White. It's all in by the Bulls. They defeated Indiana in their last game.
Well, you look at the points they produced in that game. Great adjustments on the offensive end.
Coaches love that kind of showing offensively, especially on the road.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
White against Mitchell. He doesn't hit that one. Chicago with the ball. They've outscored him 10 points to 2 during this run. Pass to Buzelis. A three. Good on the triple. Buzelis has got 6.
Defensively, giving up far too many open rhythm looks.
And Kenny Atkinson calls timeout. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. One of the standout performers recently, we have a chance now to recognize the Eastern Conference Player of the Week.
Well, you just look at the scoring he's provided and the numbers he has put up, and it's a no-brainer. Rarely does someone carry an offense this much and not walk away with some form of hardware for their effort.
Outside Garland. Back to Allen. Strus finds Wade. Inside. And he jams it with authority.
The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
Yeah, GA, the pick working to full effect before the stop.
Yeah, you like the pick to set up the open shot. But when it leads to a dunk, okay, even better, we'll take it.
And it's Allen slamming it down.
Throw it up there and let the throw go good. Allen, this man is a height machine.
Pass to Giddey. Down low. An easy 2 points on the layup. He has 6.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
Allen outside. Garland against Giddey. Screen by Allen. And here's Garland for 3. They grabbed their own miss. Allen's shot is off. Chicago with the ball. They're on a 15-6 run. Pass to Giddey. Some nice ball movement by the Bulls. Can't get it to fall. The Cavaliers trail by 8. It's Strus on the wing. To the paint, Allen. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Allen's got his second basket of the night.
So much reach. Allen using that wingspan to his advantage.
So, Richard, when you look at Max Strus, what does he provide for this team?
For one, he's battle-tested, Kevin. He's a fearless shooter, and he's a guy that can get on a roll and hit clutch shots.
Pass to Strus. Here's the 3. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
Yeah, Garland is good at finding his guys out there. He's selfless with the ball.
To the inside. Gets in, and he's a very efficient 5 for 6 on the game.
Yeah, and there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
Pass to Strus. Mitchell outside. No good from outside.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
To the middle. And it's Strus with the rebound. The Cavaliers trail by 7. Here's the teardrop. He's now 2 for 3 with that miss. The Bulls have gone 8 of 11 in the first quarter. They'll take that percentage any night. Pass to Buzelis. Sinks that one from the post. He's got 12. Cavaliers have gone 5 of 12 from the field since the opening tip. Now, here's Garland. The basket good off the assist from Wade. Garland's got 5.
Yeah, that's 2 straight 3-pointers they've allowed.
Pass to Giddey. The wide open look here for Vucevic. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own.
You got to love the response by Vuce. That's how you get your revenge.
Bruce with it. Back to Garland from the arc. That shot, no good.
And right from the start, Kevin, they've been pounding the glass. Most of those 50-50 balls also going their way.
Pass to White. Vucevic setting the pick for White. Over Mitchell. And it's Chicago scoring again.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
They were ready to roll right through the tip. There was no warm-up period. There was only, let's do this.
And here's Mitchell from the arc. Vucevic with the rebound. Vucevic has got his fourth rebound in this one.
Okay, so if I were to say this was a disaster of a period for him, it would be an understatement. But hey, sometimes you got to shoot your way out of the slump, even for him.
Back to Garland. They need this. Rebound by the Bulls. Vucevic has got his fifth rebound right now in the game. Back to White. Just 4 to shoot. The Bulls need to get a shot on. And Giddey gets it to go. Giddey's got a couple of threes now in the first for Chicago.
Displaying intensity right off the opening tip, especially on the offensive end.
They came out swinging, really setting the tone on offense, and the opposition has not been able to respond.
And Kenny Atkinson calls timeout here. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. So Chicago going with an almost entirely new group here. Zach Collins checked in for Vucevic. Robinson comes in for Booz Ellis. Osumu, he's checked in for Kobe White. And Trey Jones up in for Josh Giddey.
And this is how you can tell Garland's been in the lab. This shot, he just shoots with confidence.
2 minutes to the paint, stolen by Okoro. Pass to Jerome. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation. And the Bulls making a change here. Herter's checked in. Chicago ends up going with the new group. Cleveland also making some changes. Okiki's checked in for Thompson. And it's Mitchell in for Garland. Just about a minute and a half has gone by here in the second. To the inside. Tries again. It's rebounded by Cleveland. They'll be playing host to Miami for the next game. That game is the first and last of their homestand. On the court for Cleveland, the wing set for them, Mitchell and Okoro. And it's Okiki in at the 5. Good, and the assist goes to Mitchell.
The defense has been locked in on Mitchell, but he's done a good job making the right play.
The Bulls leading by 14. Bulls moving the ball around. Inside. Slides through for his 7th basket in 11 tries.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
Okiki, no good. Bulls have gotten just over 50% of their shots to drop here in the second quarter. They're 5 for 9. Vucevic with the bucket.
Hard to deny Vuce inside when he can play over or through.
Mitchell outside. Pass to Okoro. A 3. It's rebounded by Giddey. And so it's Giddey with it. He brings it up for Chicago. And here's White, down low. The layup missed. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively, for sure.
Mitchell looking it over. And Vucevic pulls it down. Vucevic has got 6 rebounds here tonight.
They're losing because he is struggling so bad, and he has not looked comfortable all game.
Here's Giddey, and another assist.
Well, I know a lot of you aren't surprised, but he's now 5th all-time in assists for NBA rookie.
He has been dodging and dishing all season long. The confidence he brought to this league is certainly something to behold. To the paint, stolen by Okoro. To the inside, Mitchell. Chicago grabs the miss.
And a big lead for them on both the scoreboard and the backboard thus far.
Pass to Giddey. Inside. That counts. He's put up 13 shots, and he's had 8 of those go in.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today? Ending with a basket, coming off a pretty pass.
And to put things simply, this has not been his quarter.
To the middle. And Okoro pulls it down. The Cavaliers trail by 21. Mitchell outside. Trying to break that ice-cold streak.
Powerful swat by Vooch, showing how effective he can be on D. And if they want to mount a comeback here, they need him to get going. It's just that simple.
Cleveland's gone 0-3 from beyond the arc to start the second quarter. Near the three-point line, it's Mitchell. Makes no mistake on the open jump shot. Mitchell's got 4 points this quarter.
He's just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
And here's a look at some numbers for him.
And, guys, how about the surge of offense he's experiencing right now? These last 5 games, he's been a machine at the offensive end. A different score than he had been earlier in the season. We'll find out if he can keep it going here tonight.
Another bucket down low. They've been the aggressors, taking the ball inside and attacking at the rim.
The wide open shot from Strus. A basket good off the assist from Wade. Wade's got 3 assists now in this one. Puts up a 3. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers. Outside Garland. Back to Strus. That 3 off the mark. Bulls leading by 18. Fires the 3. And it's Wade with the rebound. Cavaliers have gone 7 of 16, shooting just under 50% here in the second quarter. And it's Max Strus with the 3. Strus has got 11 points.
He got a 3 to fall in the first, and now his second in this quarter. Not a trend the defense wants to see.
Pass to Giddey. Puts up a 3. Good on the three-point shot. Giddey's got a couple of three-pointers in the second for Chicago.
And that makes it 2 3-pointers in the quarter so far and 4 for the game.
Here's Strus. Launches a 3. Does not get it. Third miss. He's made 4 from the field. In the corner, it's Buzelis. He tries for 3. Another 3 for Chicago. The Cavaliers trail by 21. And when you're taking on a back-to-back, Richard, does your approach change at all?
As a player, not much. The coaches, they may look to adjust some minutes, but on the court, you just got to keep pushing.
Outside White. Giddey against Allen. Some nice ball movement by the Bulls. White with it. A 14-point game for him in the win against Indiana. On the clock. Here's Giddey. And the Bulls another 3.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And, of course, it helps space the floor, which gives this offense more room to operate.
Now the Bulls with it. Right now they're on a 9-0 run. Here's White. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the trip.
It's Garland with the ball for Cleveland, fresh from a win against Portland.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them do a little bit of everything in that game. Showed a lot of versatility.
It really is fun seeing all.
So it's the Chicago Bulls rolling along with a 27-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. And don't go away. We'll be right back.
Looking at the Bulls, they've been phenomenal. All the lofty predictions, the expectations, they've all come true. Now comes the hardest part in the postseason. Every team is going to be gunning for them.
And time to talk now about that first half. What a dominant display for the Chicago Bulls. And that concludes halftime. Now time to send it over to Kevin Harlan as the game's about to resume.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. The guard set is Giddey and White. Buzelis out there with Vucevic. That's Billy Donovan's 5 as we get going here in the second half.
Cavaliers ball.
Here's Garland. Pass to Wade. Now, here's Strus. Allen with it. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
We have seen Allen look more for his offense over the years, which in turn draws the D's attention.
These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. That one is off. And he's good on the second.
A pure 5. Jared Allen isn't trying to shoot a bunch of threes. He bangs down low, he rebounds, protects the paint. He is a rare breed.
Outside, White. Down low. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. 23 points in the game.
Well-rounded effort, and they show no signs of letting up.
Yeah, not just an impressive showing on offense, but on defense as well, executing their game plan perfectly.
Drops in the tray.
Defensively, you have to put lots of focus on Garland, so that opens up things for others to get their shine.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thanks. Darius Garland, the son of former NBA player Winston Garland, said that he was a sponge growing up listening to his dad. He hung on every word about playing point guard. Darius says, I learned the little things much quicker. He taught me at a young age to change gears to keep defenders off balance. Kevin?
And he's doing it. I love the tricks of the trade you just talked about. Thank you so much.
And the shooting has really been there for him today, but he may have to take it upon himself to continue to carry this team and try and get out of this hole.
Buzelis' shot is good.
Something lit a fire under them at the half. They started this quarter going 3 for 3 from the floor.
Garland, the pass to Strus. Mitchell kicks to Wade. Nobody near Allen. Off target from three-point range. The Bulls have gone 3 of 3 from the field since halftime. Here's White. That 3 off target had some space there after the little pump fake. Giddey against Garland. He's looking for Mitchell and finds him. Strus passes to Garland. Allen a screen on Giddey. Just 5 to shoot. Garland dishes to Allen. That's good, and it's Garland with the assist. Garland's got 4 assists now tonight.
They're doing work here in the second half. 3 or 4 to start.
Fires for 3. Cavaliers with the rebound. When Donovan Mitchell, Greg, is on the floor, he is the offense.
Yeah, and that goes beyond just his ridiculous scoring. It gets overlooked that he's also a skilled passer. So one way or another, Mitchell is finding points out there.
Here's White. They get it again, and that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's on Jared Allen.
Because he can commit from all 3 levels, Vucevic is a tricky cover.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws. Greg, you look at the great coaches. What are 1 or 2 of the most important qualities for success that you see?
Well, for me, Kevin, I think you got to be able to adapt tactically. I mean, that's huge, and especially in the playoffs. But most important, can you motivate and unify a locker room? That leadership quality is what really puts a coach over the top.
Shoots the 3. Rebound by Mitchell. And so it's Mitchell who brings up the ball for the Cavaliers. And here's Strus for 3. Gets that one through the hole, make him now 7 of 13 in this game.
3 triples in the first half, 3 in the second. Boy, do they add up.
From beyond the arc, and he's good on the 3 ball. He's got 26.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Allen, a screen on Giddey. Garland with the bucket.
And really, as the 3-pointers keep dropping, you get the sense that the frustration is mounting for the defense.
To the paint, and he uses the glass on the layup.
Love to see him inside passing like this, as well as guys being on the same page.
And here is Garland. He's got 13. And here's Strus for 3. And it's Chicago with the rebound. Vucevic has got the glass covered here tonight. 11 boards for him. Buzelis' shot is good. Buzelis has got 12.
He has been a key factor for them offensively, scoring with consistency.
Pass to Strus. To the inside. And slam dunk by Allen.
When you're Allen, just about 7 feet, dunking comes easy.
Bulls have gone 6 of 10 from the field in the third quarter. White the pass to Vucevic. Inside. It's hauled in by the Cavaliers. Outside Garland. Wade outside. They swipe it. And here we go, the Bulls fast break. Here's Buzelis, and that comes off the assist by Giddey. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Bulls.
They've been defending with excellent anticipation all game long. Just look at how many times they've managed to get their hands on the ball.
And also, guys, they've been showing how dangerous they are in the open floor. When they see a chance to get easy points, boy, they just jump at it.
Here's Buzelis. His 3-pointers off the mark.
Yeah, no triples for him here in the second half. One fell in the first, though. Can he turn it up?
Mitchell. And it's White with the rebound. Bulls have gone 7 of 13 in the third quarter so far. Just above 50%. Right wing. And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. And it's Vucevic in the corner. Back to White. Shoots over Strus. White, good. White's got 5 points in the quarter.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Wade.
What is going on right now?
So it's both teams. Javonte Green, he's checked in for Max Strus. And it's Mitchell in for Garland. So on the floor for Cleveland, the wing set for him, Mitchell and Okoro. And it's Green, and it's Tyson in at the 5 down low. Sinks the three-pointer. Just over a minute played here in the fourth. Now Mitchell, outside Green. Richard, who do you think is the most impactful player right now in the NBA?
I stand by this. As long as LeBron James is wearing an NBA uniform, he is first, second, and third. The ratings say that. The money says that. As long as he is playing, he will be the most impactful player in the NBA.
On the basket by Jones.
That's just smart basketball right there, finding a way to get a high percentage shot on offense.
Outside Green. Pass to Okoro. A three-pointer is right on target.
He's finally getting a chance to show off his range. I know he wishes he would have found his shot in the first half.
From past the arc, drains the three-pointer. He's got 34.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
And that one's good, Mitchell.
Showing off his skills as a shooter. Mitchell knocking down that mid-range look.
Just under 2.5 minutes gone here in the final quarter. Shoots a three. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Here's Okoro. Offline with his three.
And sometimes on defense, you could just get lucky.
Jones finds Smith. Now Herter. Pass to Smith. This one for three. Jerome with the rebound.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Outside Green. Okoro wide open. He fires. The three-pointer no good.
You know what? He's got to look to get other guys involved. The three-point stroke is off.
Jones for three. That's good. Basket number 5 on a 5-for-8 night shooting.
And the man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
Effort like this makes you wonder if they've already packed it in for the game, ready to go on to the next. Got to at least show a little heart out here.
And that one's good, Mitchell.
And a volume scorer, Mitchell excels at getting inside and converting.
Pass to Herter. Well, a lot of former NBA players have a hard time, RJ, giving credit to current NBA stars. Why do you think that is?
I think so quickly we don't hold next generation to the same standard as prior generations. I don't get into all of that stuff about who is better and who is greater. I just focus on the growth of the game.
Green against Smith. Pass to Tyson. Clock at 6. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist.
After sinking one triple in the first quarter, he nails another one in the second quarter. He's got it going on.
And here's Collins. Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Here's Jerome. Outside, Green. Pass to Mitchell. Stripped it away. And here comes Smith, leading the fast break. Banked in off the glass.
Every team looking to get easy ones in transition.
And making sure they convert by finishing strong.
Outside, Green. Here's Tyson. He's guarded by Collins. Down low. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. RJ, what have you noticed about the young players that enter the NBA today?
Unfortunately, The NBA is now tasked with teaching players how to play basketball. The NBA wasn't a teaching league 20 years ago. Now it is. A lot of players are spending their first, second, and even third year learning how to play basketball. That was not always the case. They used to go to college and play for Hall of Fame coaches for 4 years.
Catching up on the changes for Cleveland. Jared Allen's checked in for Okoro. Wade comes in for Green. And it's Garland in for Ty Jerome. Mitchell finds Allen. And the NBA last season, Richard, really emphasizing it's an 82-game league. And I know you love that.
Oh, that is my favorite thing. I was taught by the legends of the game that you go out there and play every single night that you can. At some point in time, the sports and science team realized that it is very difficult to be a professional. But I stand by. 82 games is an achievement that very few can achieve now.
Wade outside. Back to Garland. It falls through, making him 6 for 11 in the game.
You see the body control that Garland has, takes on the defender, gets hit, adjusts, and finishes. It's just a work of art.
The tray. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Allen's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Tyson. No good with the triple. Bulls have gone through the fourth quarter shooting 50%, 7 of 14. Can't connect from short range. Cleveland's gone 2 of 5 on three-point shots since the end of the third quarter. Back to Garland. That's in. He's 7 for 12 now in the game.
This man has a real crafty handle. Garland, I bet he surprises himself sometimes with his moves.
And again, no good by Chicago. Well, Cleveland shooting and hitting almost everything here in the fourth, up around 58% from the field. The second chance effort. It's rebounded by Herter. Herter's got his 5th rebound in this one. When you compare, Richard, the NBA to the other major sports leagues, you have to be proud of the way things are run.
The NBA is a global league that focuses on global expansion, more so than any other major sport in the United States. And when it comes to the players, there isn't a league that treats their players better.
Pass to Tyson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Screen by Allen. The shot no good. Tyson.
And he has definitely been struggling in this quarter.
Yeah, he needs to mix things up on the offense. He simply just can't keep missing shots at this rate because he's destroying his teammates.
Wade feeling it out a bit. Pass to Garland. For 3. Rebound by the Bulls. Now, here's Collins. 1:25 left to play here in the fourth. Can't hit the turnaround jumper. Cavaliers shooting just 39% from the field, struggling to find that net.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for the Bulls.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
And the wins continue to come in fairly easy for these guys in what's been a very strong year, to say the least. Tonight will push them up to 56 wins.
And they will walk out of here feeling really good about themselves today, guys. A big win over a conference foe they'd split their previous 2 games with.
Shots good by Mitchell.
One thing you can count on with Mitchell, he will just keep attacking.
There's 39 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. jacks up a three, and the Bulls another three.
And credit the whole team. It was a focused, concerted effort to put this one away.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game, saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
The three from Garland. Hits it from three-point range.
And you can appreciate the fight now, but it isn't how they came into the game.
Too little, too late. That final score will look way closer than how this game actually played out.
And here's Herter outside. And it's Tyson with the rebound. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it, and we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense, potency from an offensive standpoint as well. They were pretty much dominant.
And that'll do it, folks. Along with Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thank you for watching tonight's presentation on 2K Sports. We'll see you next time.
Can't wait to see what you do for an encore after this performance.
Good win. Let's keep it going. Yo, keep this thing to regulation. I got plans after the game.
Facing one of the heavyweights tonight.
Coming up next, the Heat take... Tonight, the league and all of us here at 2K Sports celebrate. Stan, in terms of style of play, these teams are very similar.
Well, Brian, look, there's great shooters on both sides, and it's really tough to stay connected to those guys defensively because of how much they stretch the floor with their incredible shooting range.
Going to put a lot of stress on the defense, these two. And the starting group for Chicago. Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Booz Ellis out there with Nikola Vucevic. Here's Love. Oh, here's Love with the jam.
Wow, look at Kevin Love attacking the rim, using his height to get up there.
Another one goes. Incredible.
And in terms of first-year players, he is one of the most high-volume scorers in league history. He's now tied for 5th all-time in points scored by a rookie.
You just get the sense that there is so much more in store for this fabulous young talent. The sky is the limit. Pass to White. And he floats it in for the easy 2. Credit the sweet setup on that one.
You got to commend the concentration White showed there. He doesn't get thrown off kilter easily.
Jaquez, the pass to Adebayo. Rebound by the Bulls. This, their first chance to take a look at the Heat this season.
They had some real back-and-forth battles last year. Hopefully we see more of the same going forward.
Now here's White. 10 points in his last outing. Fires in the triple.
Laser focus from White. The moment that pass was headed to him, he was ready.
Love finds Jaquez. He drops it from range.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Here's White. He's got 5. 3-pointer, Buzelis. Jaquez grabs the board. And you think about what Jaquez has done early in his career. It's pretty impressive, Stan.
Well, Brian, people tend to underrate college players who play multiple years. He was basically a finished product before he reached the NBA.
And he got a good jump on the break, and Giddey finished it off nicely. That should juice him up.
Oh, nice shot by Mitchell. Now Giddey. He's been a consistent contributor, averaging just over 11 a game. Right wing. Love against Vucevic. Out to the right wing. Pass to Buzelis. The 3 sends it home from three-point land.
And he doesn't waste any time at all. Buzelis got the ball and just attacked right away.
Outside Love. And here's Adebayo. Shot clock at 6. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. A multiple-time All-Star. What aspect of Adebayo's game, Stan, catches your eye nightly?
Well, Brian, I'd say it's not one thing. He's a very complete player. He can rebound, defend, pass, score. This guy does it all.
And by all accounts, a great teammate as well.
That's exactly right.
And he drops the first. Stan, it's hard to believe, but the Bulls have not won a playoff series since 2015.
Well, look, Brian, it's hard to win in this league. And when you're rebuilding, trying to find the mix that'll get you over the top is a difficult chore.
Long way from those Michael Jordan glory days. Well, Grant, the Miami Heat are as professionally run as any franchise in this league.
Yeah, and certain numbers point to that. They minimize turnovers, they don't commit cheap fouls, and they hit their free throws. So, in other words, they don't give anything away.
Now here's Love. He just could not put it together in that loss to Minnesota. Pass to Mitchell. The 3 is up. Chicago with a rebound.
I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving him.
From deep, Giddey hits the trifecta. Giddey's got 5 points.
And the defense is really allowing them too much room on the perimeter.
Outside Jaquez. Pass to Adebayo. Over Buzelis. And Adebayo, the bucket, on the assist from Jaquez.
Well, that's his comfort zone. That's where he lives. Adebayo's so strong in the paint.
White on the wing. To the inside. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
And they've settled in quickly today. A nice flowing rhythm to their offense.
Hero against White. Hero, the pass to Mitchell. The Heat need to get one up in a hurry. Adebayo, no good. Chicago leading by 6. Pass to White. To the wing, right side. Back to Giddey. Now here's Vucevic. The Bulls need to get off a shot from the arc. Another 3 for Chicago.
Outstanding long-range shooting here early. They already have hit multiple shots from downtown.
Hero against White. A clear look for Hero. And it's cleared by Vucevic.
You won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
Probably should have scored there. He usually does.
Here's Hero with the drive. Boom! He jams it straight down.
Well, there he is showing off his speed. Hero cuts to find the basket.
Second chance shot. And it's good on the lay-in. 6 points for him.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
Outside Jaquez. Pass to Adebayo. Takes the 3. Chicago with a rebound.
Yeah, not at his most efficient this quarter. He's got to work on finding high percentage shots.
White, good.
Their ball movement on this run has been tremendous. It's led to a lot of good, clean, open looks.
Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have.
Oh, my God. Well, he is a gifted attacker. When Jaquez Jr. gets this kind of opening, you know what happens next.
From deep, Giddey. Another 3 for Chicago.
Excellent perimeter offense so far. Their shooters are clearly in a great rhythm.
Outside Love. Back to Mitchell. Got a piece of it, and they recover it. And he goes up strong with a one-handed jam.
Yeah, right place at the right time for Jaquez Jr.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. So Miami going with almost an entirely new group here. Jovic, he's checked in for Love. Highsmith comes in for Jaquez. Burks, he's checked in for Hero. And it's Rozier in for Mitchell. Now here's Collins. Here's Dosunmu. And that one's on target from the wing. And the Bulls lead by 13.
You can't help but look toward their defense. They're totally lost.
Adebayo finds Burks. Adebayo a screen on Jones. Rozier gets a very good look and converts.
The craftiness of Rozier, unpredictable in these screen and rolls, and he uses this to his advantage.
Highsmith grabs the board.
So far, rebounding has been a focal point for them.
Pass to Jovic. Here's Highsmith. Jovic passes to Burks. Three-pointer off the mark. Chicago leading by 11. Collins, high post. Work yet another assist.
You really got to admire the court vision. I mean, he's among the elite first-year players we've ever seen, and now ranks 4th all-time in assists among rookies.
And that's a tough list to join. He's in a team atmosphere here that really has allowed him to develop extremely quickly. And so here is Chicago, following the bucket by the Heat. We've got 1:08 left in the first quarter. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Collins. And checking out some numbers for him.
And he's been outstanding offensively as of late. These last 5 games, he's been a beast at the offensive end. A different level score than he had been earlier in the season. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Isaac, he's checked in for Miami. Jaquez comes in for Burks. Rozier outside. Good on the shot, and that shaves the lead to single digits.
This guy is a fighter. Rozier, just a workhorse who enjoys scoring on the aggressive coverage.
He shoots a three. Gets the three to fall. 9 points in the game.
As the deep shots continue to fall, you can sense the frustration growing among these defenders.
Here's Jaquez. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Boy, oh boy. Both teams lighting it up to start this game.
Yeah, and I'm sure both coaches would like to see more defensive intensity from their teams.
He drops yet another dime, just facilitating this offense like a maestro.
Rozier looking around. Pass to Jaquez. And he banks in the layup. Jaquez has got 11 points.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
And so it's Chicago, earning this break in the action, up 10. They've been lights out from deep, and it's a big reason why they have a lead in this one. We'll be right back after this word. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going so far for Chicago.
Well, I have to applaud their ball movement. They're moving the ball around, finding the best looks they can, and keeping everyone involved.
And not only that, they're off to a pretty hot start shooting from outside. They seem locked in tonight.
We've got Jaime Jaquez, and it's Highsmith in at the one. That's the group in the game for the Heat. Another shot, and that's 2 points on the layup.
I mean, he's ignoring the scoreboard. He just keeps coming at him.
Well, you have to play like it's a tight game. You cannot let up in this league.
And your first NBA coaching job was with the Miami Heat stand. That was as an assistant back in the 90s, just a few years ago.
Yeah, just a few, Brian. And the Heat have changed a lot. The game has changed a lot over those years. Look, back then, the Heat were probably the most physical team in the NBA, and it was just knockdown, drag-out fights all the time.
Isaac with the steal. Here's Highsmith. Giddey defends. Pass to Jovic. Here's Larson. Clock at 6. There's a screen. Got a hand on it. Outside White. And here's Giddey. Launches a three. That one's off for him. 6 for 11 now. And it's Jaquez with the ball for the Heat. They've only given up 2 points this quarter. Pass to Larson. Over Smith. Larson, no good.
Hard to turn down a look that good. Still, long two. Are losing favor, and misses like that are the reason why.
Inside. Outside Giddey. Robinson with it. Now White puts up a three. Sinks it from distance. White's got 11 points.
And I like how White shot it with confidence. He's reliable beyond the arc.
Highsmith passes to Isaac. Now here's Jaquez. And again, no good by Miami. Giddey finds White. Back to Giddey. Here's the three. Another three for Chicago.
He's been so aggressive on offense, and with the results, you understand why.
Well, yeah, and the defense is going to have to respond to that and chase him off the arc.
Now here's Jaquez. He's got 16, and there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Yeah, what a fantastic game for Jaquez. With all the little things he adds, big scoring nights are a huge bonus.
Pass to Robinson. And it's good. Fought through contact, hit the shot, and will go to the line. And this is his first trip to the line tonight. So it's both teams making substitutions here.
Mitchell Robinson, 1.
Adebayo's checked in for Jovic. Jaquez comes in for Anderson. And Mitchell subbed in for Highsmith. There's a minute 59 left in the first half. Dosunmu for three. And the three-pointer goes. He's got 5.
He just brings a great feel for the game at the offensive end.
Outside Mitchell. Pass to Adebayo. Love, a screen on Collins. Here's Jaquez. 6 on the shot clock. And that's out of bounds. Miami will keep it.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
A minute and a half left in the first half. Clock is at 3. Goes up on the wing. And it's Kevin Love with the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
Chicago leading. Here's Jones. No made baskets yet. For 3, Collins. Love grabs the miss. Love's got 5 rebounds tonight after undergoing 3 ankle surgeries in 10 months in 2020 and 2021. Coach Zach Collins has bounced back amazingly.
He really has, Brian. And the injuries have really been the only problem for Zach Collins. He's got size, skill, and toughness. This guy is a very effective player when he's healthy.
His story is inspirational.
It is indeed.
5 to shoot. Back to Vucevic. Love with the defensive effort. Miami has gone 7 of 13 from downtown so far in this game. Pass to Adebayo. Fade away. And the sweet roll that time on the rim. That one falls. Adebayo's got 10.
Yeah, and it seems like he's getting more comfortable with each bucket.
Oh, trying his luck from deep. Love grabs the miss. Love's got 7 rebounds in the game. And here's Adebayo. Hero for 3. Drops in the 3. And it's a 4-point Heat lead.
And he was dominant in their last outing. And the same thing here tonight. He is in a terrific groove right now.
Yeah, for sure. He is just oozing confidence. Thinks every shot is going in. They should just keep running sets for him.
What a performance for Jaime Jaquez. He's been the story for Miami. And that quarter was all about him, leading the comeback charge. Now they're up in this one. We'll be back in a moment.
Hey everybody, we've seen plenty of action in that first half to chat about. But first, we're taking a...
You know, for Miami, down the final stretch, this is where you want to turn up. They're doing the opposite.
Shaq pulling no punches. Let's switch gears to the Chicago Bulls. They're in a tight one after the first half.
You can see their offense flowing tonight, especially in transition. Maybe all those extra.
And that's it for halftime. Thank you for joining us. We send you back to Brian Ant.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Without question, Jaime Jaquez displaying his skills today.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
On the court for the Bulls, Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Nikola Vucevic is out there with Buzelis. White against Love. Pass to Giddey. The three is up. And yes, it's good. He's 7 for 8 now.
Yeah, how about Giddey tonight? Scoring the ball, such a different matchup. I don't know who they can throw at him right now.
Adebayo up top. Jaquez with it. Jacks up with 3. It doesn't go for him. Giddey against Love. Hey, from beyond the arc. Rebound by the Heat. And at home for the next game. It'll be Charlotte pulling in to face him. That game will be the 3rd of 5 at home. Hero outside. Pass to Jaquez. Now Adebayo. And it's Chicago with a board. Giddey's got 4 rebounds now.
Coming out stone cold here. Sometimes the break will do that to you.
Jaquez with it. And it's Giddey picking him up. Here's Mitchell. 4-3. Unable to get that one.
Well, I'm sure this wasn't what they planned coming out of the locker room. They need to calm down and regroup.
Back to White. Pass to Buzelis. Let's go with a 3. Buries it from 3. Buzelis has got 8.
And that's a promising shot for Buzelis.
And so it's Eric Spoelstra with the timeout here. He's going to talk it over with his guys. Looking at lineups around the league, Grant, seems like they're becoming more positionless than ever before.
Yeah, you're spot on, B.A. To the point where some people feel all-star voting shouldn't be by position anymore. It should be by merit.
And since the all-star break, here are the teams playing at the fastest pace. The Bulls 3rd.
Here's a team that is not being slowed down by the long NBA season. They've been looking to push the ball every chance they can get.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Here's Adebayo. Buzelis grabs the board.
Things have been a little bumpy coming into the second half. 5 straight misses.
White for 3. Another 3 for Chicago.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Mitchell.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. You know, Stan, for a team with such a proud history, the last decade has been a tough one for the Bulls.
Yeah, Brian, it really has. They've had competitive teams, but they haven't won a full playoff series since 2014. And for such a dedicated and passionate fan base, that's been really difficult for them, let alone the front office and people that want to turn this thing around as quickly as they can.
Pass to Buzelis. Hey, expanding his range. Adebayo grabs the board. Adebayo's got 4 rebounds now. Hero outside. It's Adebayo, high post. Outside Jaquez. Adebayo sets a screen. Launches it. Kept alive. Chicago leading by 3. Down low. Here's Buzelis. And he throws it down. What a terrific lead pass.
And the defense has to offer more resistance. Can't let guys like Buzelis get this close to the rim.
Here's Hero. The shot comes out. Good work defensively by Robinson. Chicago has gone 3 of 5 from downtown here in the second half. He tries for 3. And Hero grabs the board. And so Hero will bring it up for the Miami Heat. Jaquez, the pass to Adebayo. Hero outside. Now Mitchell. 3-pointer. Pure from 3-point range. Mitchell's got 10 points.
Hero keeping the defense guessing.
Jaquez against White. And they come right back with their own 3-pointer. And the Bulls lead by 5.
The defense is nowhere to be found guarding the 3-point shot.
Pass to Adebayo. 3-pointer. Chicago with a rebound. Giddey's got his 5th rebound in this one. White with it. He's guarded by Hero. Rips down the breakaway slam.
And White is just so fast. Once he leaks out in the open floor, he's tough to keep pace
to the middle. Here's Adebayo. And it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
Well, at least the D was going for it, but he got to the ball just a moment late.
The Bulls on offense. They're on a 16-7 run. It's stolen by Jaquez. Pass to Mitchell. Lets it go from deep. Drills it from deep. And now just a 2-point Chicago lead.
And I like the feel that Jaquez has. A high IQ player.
Here's White. And he wills that one in. Sinking it right through the back of the iron. White's got 10 points here in the second half. And here's Adebayo. Pass to Love. Now here's Jaquez. No good with the triple.
You gotta love how they've been crashing the boards, fighting hard for every miss.
It's Giddey on the wing. Takes a 3. Another possession. Another assist.
That makes 15 assists.
He has been one step ahead of the defense all game long. Hero outside. From deep, Mitchell knocks it down from distance. Mitchell's got 16 points now.
And any decent look from distance, he's taking it. He has that locked-in mentality right now.
Well, he's fired
again. What an avalanche.
And with each game, it seems his rookie campaign gets brighter and brighter. He now has the 4th most points ever in a rookie season.
And he's not done yet. This sort of success really breeds confidence for a young player. Not that he needs a confidence boost, though. White for 3. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Giddey. Giddey's got 4 assists in the game.
Well, he shoots a high volume of 3s. White not picky where he takes them from.
Here's Jaquez. And he can't answer back. The 3-pointer offline.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to shoot his way out of this one or not.
Adebayo with a steal. Now here's Jaquez. Tightly guarded. Pass to Hero. Here's Jaquez. Here's Hero. He's guarded by White. 6 to shoot. Adebayo sets a screen. Hero, no good.
Well, 3 triples in the first half, but he seems to have gone cold from distance since the break.
From Pete Giddey. And again, another assist.
Can you believe he's now third all-time in assists for a rookie? I mean, he's looking like shades of Stockton or Nikola Jokic out there. I mean, he is a walking highlight reel.
He's made his team more efficient. They have so many more options on the perimeter. He's really opened up the floor for them. And Eric Spoelstra decides to call timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. So Miami going with an almost entire new group here. Jovic, he's checked in for Love. Anderson comes in for Jaquez. Highsmith, he's checked in for Hero. And it's Burks in for Mitchell.
And right now, they're +8 in the rebounding category. That's helping them run. Away with this.
He gets it in there.
They're really dictating the tempo on both ends of the court. You love it.
Absolutely. They're playing their game and executing at a real high level. Everything is working for them right now.
Here's Anderson. No good again that time.
The other team just looks more in sync and is riding the momentum.
Their body language does not look good right now. They're deflated and unable to stop.
And another dime for him.
Dish after dish, night after night. I mean, what a rookie year he's put together. Now second all-time for assists among first-year players.
His instincts and timing are phenomenal. His teammates absolutely love the way he involves every one of the offense. To the right side, from behind the arc. Smith no good. Heat trail by 15. Anderson with it, picked up by Collins. Here's Jovic. Boy, clanks that one off the back iron and it falls. Jovic has got 7 points in the game.
Yeah, Anderson is a funky type of wing. He's a righty who would rather go left, and he's normally thinking pass first.
Puts it up from 15. Adebayo grabs the board. Adebayo's got 6 rebounds in the game. Here's Highsmith. Still no points. Pass to Adebayo. Kicks it out to Anderson. The 3-ball. Good. And the assist goes to Adebayo. Adebayo's got his 3rd assist of the night. They can't stop the run with that one. And the Heat shooting at a 48% clip from the floor. No good there. That would have cut it to single digits. Bulls leading by 10. Pass to Collins. Lets a floater go. That one is off. Tries again. Right side Jones. Stolen by Burks. And out of bounds, it'll be Chicago ball.
Bulls ball. Substitution.
Spoelstra decides to call timeout, looking to get everyone dialed in and engaged. All right, let's check. in with Allie LaForce.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Eric Spoelstra said to the team. They took a laid-back approach to the huddle, telling the team, everyone thinks this game is over, so just go out there and let it rip. Let's see what we can do. And I think the players love that message.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Here's Vucevic. Another possession, another assist. That's another dime from him.
He's tallying them up fast, B.A.
They've got Tyler Hero. Kyle Anderson is out there with Jonathan Isaac. And it's Jovic in at the four-man position. That's the group on the floor for Miami. And again, no good by Miami.
You kind of wonder where his head's at. The shot selection hasn't been there. And, of course, that one was just crazy.
Three-pointer, Buzelis. And again, another assist. The chemistry he has with his guys is impressive.
I mean, keeping his head on a swivel, actively seeking out his teammates, incredible.
Hero for three. Can't get it to drop.
Wow, his shooting woes continue, and it's weighing down this offense.
From downtown, yet another assist. And that's his 20th assist. Wow.
He's doing a great job at orchestrating the offense.
Hero, the pass to Anderson. Here's Jovic. Stan, you've always been known as the style police. We're used to seeing the home team in white, but you look around the league now, there's a lot more variety.
Yeah, and that's before you even get to the neon shoes some of these guys are wearing. The NBA palette, Brian, has gotten a lot more adventurous.
Well, Coach, how about the Eric Spoelstra story? Started as a video coordinator with the Heat back in '95. You were an assistant in Miami back then.
Yeah, look, Brian, even then, Eric is one of the rare guys that all of us on the staff knew right from the beginning that he had all the makings of a great coach. Players trusted him and had confidence in his ability to help them.
In the video room to the Hall of Fame one day.
No question.
Chicago with the ball. They're on an 11-3 run. And here's White to the left wing. Fires the three. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
A dozen consecutive points off of threes. This defense looks rattled.
Outside Mitchell. Adebayo is screen on Giddey. Lets the three fly. The shot, no good.
And they're up considerably because of their efforts on the glass.
Three-pointer, Buzelis. Another possession, another assist.
He's nearing the franchise record for most assists in a single game.
This team feeds off his unselfishness and commitment to keeping everyone else involved. Hero with the bucket.
Yeah, busting his way inside. Hero making sure he kept moving toward the hoop.
White for three. Gets the three ball to go. White's got 9 points now in the quarter.
All 5 of the last buckets they've given up have been from downtown.
Outside Love. Here's Jovic. Oh, he got him with a pump fake, but he couldn't finish. The Bulls shooting at a very efficient 67%. Pass to Buzelis. From deep. Adebayo grabs the board. Adebayo's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Stan, there are lots of loud arenas in the NBA. What was the toughest place for you to win?
Well, Brian, it was against whoever had the best players on the other side. Well, in the two-man game, Adebayo can play either role. This time he sets the screen, gets it back, and scores.
Back to Giddey, beyond the arc, and again, another assist.
And this last assist ties him for the franchise record for most in a game. What a performance he's having.
He's been passing with pinpoint accuracy all game long. And so Hero will bring it up for Miami. Over to the wing. Adebayo passes to Mitchell. Here's Jovic. There's the three. That one falls. Nice setup by Mitchell. Jovic has got 11 in the second half.
Well, they're behind, but it's certainly not because of him. He's doing everything he can. He just needs more.
And another dime for him.
And sure enough, he's just set the single-game franchise record for assists.
Showing that vision, both to find his teammates and to reach for new heights. Now here's Adebayo. There's a screen by Love. Adebayo, no good.
Well, that's the look he wanted, but the defense doing just enough to impact that shot.
Ooh, took him no time at all to get that one.
Adds to their lead. They've been able to rely on him all night.
Pass to Love. The drive by Mitchell. Ooh, he's found his rhythm. 7 for 10 and counting.
Well, they have to be thrilled with how reliable he's been tonight.
Here's Buzelis, hounded by Adebayo. To the paint. Here's Vucevic, and he drops it in from the low post.
Well, moving Vucevic inside's like trying to move a brick wall.
Nikola Vucevic, assisted by
Mitchell against Giddey. The drive by Mitchell, and a nice finish on the layup. Mitchell's got 6 points in the quarter. Smooth sailing for Chicago. White on the wing for three. Yet another assist.
And the passing display just doesn't end. Tally up another assist for him.
Well, that one will put him tied for third in the all-time assist list. One of the best games I've ever seen.
Yeah, 28 assists, and he's equaled some legends. Guys like Stockton and Kuzi, just to pick a few. And he's doing things on the glass tonight that we don't often see.
Well, it's all due to his energy and effort, as well as how well he's been able to get ideal positioning on the glass.
Here's Giddey. Miami grabs the miss. Hero's got his 4th rebound in this one.
And you can see how scary this team can be when everything is clicking for them. Just a terrific performance for the Bulls.
And you don't usually see this kind of blowout, but tonight, and again, another assist.
This is a passing display for the ages. Beautiful.
The dimes keep piling up, and he is now tied for the second most assists ever in a single game.
Just a jaw-dropping performance, tying...
Wow! Yeah, he's adding a little spice on that finish. I didn't know Bam had that in him.
Stolen by Mitchell. We've got 33 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Outside Love. Mitchell, the pass to Adebayo. Back to Mitchell. Here's Jovic. 6 on the shot clock. Soft touch off the glass.
In the NBA, you just can't let guys get to the rim.
Here's Buzelis. White on the wing. Fires the three. Another possession. Another assist.
And he has passed his way into the history books. That assist putting him even all-time for the top spot.
Easily one of the best passing performances we've seen.
And how about that matching Scott Skiles' 30 assists from 1990? Long time coming.
So it's the Bulls winning this one easily. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that, that says a lot about this.
MP, you keep playing like Magic, and we gonna call you the Wizard.
win tonight, MP.
Looks like a win, but can't take a night off in this league.
Fans live for games like this one.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's presentation of Noche La NBA, an annual tradition in the NBA, celebrating Doris. Here we are into the home stretch of this terrific season.
And Kevin, we can all feel the playoffs approaching, which in and of itself is so exciting. But what I love about the current structure of the league is this final stretch, there is always so much in play, and that elevates the intensity. It is a special time of year.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. Halliburton in the backcourt, Nembhard to his side. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. And it's Mathurin in at the small forward position. Here's Chicago. They come in fresh off a win against the Heat.
Yeah, facing that hostile crowd, they just found a way to
kind of tune out the noise and focus on the game.
Well, the best way to silence a crowd is with your offensive game. Those fans got quiet in a hurry when the buckets started raining down.
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Well, Billy Donovan gave me a few minutes. He talked about the challenge of game planning for Tyrese Halliburton. Coach said we have to stay in front of him. The second he gets a step on us, that's when it's going to pick your poison with him. If our guys stay in front of him, I think we should be fine. Back to you.
Thank you, David. 6 to shoot. Here's Giddey. Buries the long-range jumper.
Now, this is going to help Josh Giddey's game. Boy, the confidence will rise if he can make these catch-and-shoot opportunities.
Halliburton passes to Nembhard. Outside Mathurin. Pass to Nembhard. Back to Mathurin. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
Boy, a lot of confidence to Mathurin's game. That efficiency has to get better, but he is not shy.
It's rebounded by Indiana. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
And really showed their depth when they needed it most. On the road, having to manufacture points.
Well, how about the job they got from their bench? That productivity was a major part of the outcome.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens. 80% from the field to start, playing with a ton of confidence.
And it's Halliburton penetrating, and he comes up with the deuce. Halliburton's got his second bucket of the night.
When Halliburton gets this close to the cup, he's got that little teardrop. Very tough to stop it.
On the Pacers' doors last season, trading for Pascal Siakam to complement this hungry team.
And, Kevin, it's important in a couple of ways. First of all, he's a two-time All-Star who's got a championship pedigree. The other part of this is Indiana is an equal opportunity offense, so they want to share the basketball. But Pascal brings individual playmaking and shot-making, and sometimes that's a must-have in this league.
Indiana's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Siakam for 3. That doesn't fall either. He's missed his first 2 shots tonight. The Bulls leading by 3. Some nice ball movement here by Chicago. Takes a 3. That shot is no good, and he's 1 for 3 from the floor. The Pacers have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far.
Boy, defense nowhere to be found, and neither was his shot at that time.
For the 3, Buzelis' shot is good.
And when it comes to the three-point shooting of Buzelis, we know he has the ability, but we need to see consistency.
Flying high and throwing it down with the one-hand.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys. Over in the corner, White. And it's off from three-point range. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. And Tyrese Halliburton, one of the best offensive players in the league, Doris. He's so fun to watch.
Kev, this young man is special, and not only because of the flair and the skill as a passer, the shot-making ability. To me, it's the joy he brings to the game and how that joy lifts his teammates around him.
Well, certainly with one of the more unique shots in the NBA, Halliburton gets it done.
You know, Kevin, credit to Halliburton and the organizations he's played for, because a lot of them would have changed or tried to rebuild their shot. Halliburton and his organizations knew the shot worked, and he stuck with it. And now he's one of the best shooters at his position.
And the D has gotten a little bit laxed here defending the triple.
On the wing, Mathurin. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton. And that's now 7 points here for Benedict Mathurin. Here's Vucevic. Off target from outside.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Siakam sets a screen for Mathurin. The layup off target. Chicago leading by 3. So here's Giddey. He's got 6 to the right side. Here's Buzelis. Giddey with it. Over Halliburton. And Giddey gets it to go. Giddey's got 8 points.
And Josh Giddey taking the in-between game because that's what the defense conceded.
Turner with a screen on Giddey. And it's Halliburton missing. Chicago has gone 3 of 6, 50% from deep so far tonight. Pass to Buzelis. And it's Giddey in the corner. Fires from deep. Gets the three-pointer to fall. 11 points in the game.
And their offense already in a flow. Some stellar shooting to jump out to this league.
Turner passes to Halliburton. Turner with it. Lets the 3 fly. It's rebounded by Giddey. Pass to Vucevic. On the wing, Giddey. There's the 3. And the Bulls, another 3.
They're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
I'll tell you, despite this guy's strong play in this period, they're still behind. Someone else has got to step up.
Here's Buzelis, and again it's the Bulls from deep.
Their 3rd three-pointer in a row.
Pacers trail by 11. Now Nembhard. He picked up 15 points in their last win against the Hawks in Atlanta.
And his passing was simply amazing. A lot of fun to watch.
And it's the Bulls with the ball. Here's Buzelis, and the Bulls tack on 2 more.
Defensively, giving up far too many open rhythm looks.
It's Nembhard on the wing. Back to Halliburton. Up and in for the basket, number 4. That makes him 4 for 5 now.
And really, the scoring this quarter has been just off the charts, doing all he can to bring them back.
Good ball movement here by the Bulls. Pass to Vucevic. Out to the right wing. Now Buzelis. Chicago needs to get a shot up. Fires the 3. Pacers with the rebound. Last time they met was in Indiana.
Well, if they want to avoid the outcome of that first meeting, they'll need to be stronger on the glass. They were completely outmatched in the last one.
Well, you have to believe the coaching staff made that a point of emphasis. Better aggressiveness, better intensity on the backboards.
And the timeout called here by Billy Donovan. He's ready to talk things through with the team. Chicago going with an almost entirely new group. Zach Collins checked in for Vucevic. Mitchell Robinson comes in for Buzelis. Osumu, he's checked in for Kobe White. And Trey Jones up in for Josh Giddey. Then for the Pacers, Toppin, he's checked in for Turner. Aaron Nesmith comes in for Benedict Mathurin. And it's T.J. McConnell in for Andrew Nembhard. Jones against McConnell. Toppin passes to Siakam. Collins with some nice D.
Boy, a tough go for him in this quarter. You can see how desperately he wants to get things started. He just can't make a shot.
Robinson finds Dosumu. Outside, Jones. It's good from long range. And the Bulls lead by 9.
And the defense is in disbelief here. Triple after triple.
Halliburton passes to Siakam. Tapping a screen on Collins. And a wide open look for Siakam. Had the space there, but it's offline.
This guy has not been a factor at all in this quarter, and it has hurt the team.
Dosunmu, shot's good.
And the defense looks soft early on. They've got to summon up a little more sense of urgency.
Halliburton kicks to Toppin. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. But it's no good. Outside Collins. Another 3 for Chicago.
Building up a big early lead. They have taken charge of this game.
And they've been doing it largely at the offensive end. If the defense does not adjust, this could be a blowout.
To stop the run, a shake. Siakam. Here's Nesmith. And once again off the mark by Indiana. It's Jones on the wing. Launches it. Another three for Chicago.
Crushing it right now. They've done an excellent job of spacing the floor.
And what surprises me is the defense hasn't done anything to take away that three-point shot. That has been their preferred weapon tonight.
And so it's Josh Giddey making things happen for Chicago. He totaled 14 points in the quarter. He's given them all the offense they need right now. And we've got more M2K Sports coming your way after this break. And buenas noches, basketball fans. It's Latin night here on 2K Sports. And you might have noticed the custom jerseys worn by the players. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Bulls?
And guys, I love the movement. Doing a great job of just getting the ball on a string, creating some opportunities.
The other thing that's gone exceptionally well for them tonight is the shooting they've displayed from beyond the three-point arc.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Zach Collins is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Trey Jones. Then it's Dosunmu. Smith checked in for Collins. And a change for the Pacers. Isaiah Jackson. He's checked in for Bradley. Knocks down the three ball. He has 6.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the triple.
And so it's McConnell with it. He'll bring it up for Indiana. 19-point game to the inside. And Jackson with the basket on the assist by Toppin.
That's just good awareness from Toppin, willing to get it to the open guy immediately. Love the unselfishness.
It took some time, DB, but it's starting to come together, it seems, for Obi Toppin.
Kevin, the athleticism has always been there for Obi. I think the question was, how could he help his team beyond being a vertical threat at the rim? He now is in the perfect spot. He play with pace. He's starting to be able to put it on the deck, and now he's got to improve his defense.
Halliburton. No good. Chicago leading by 17. Over in the corner, Dosunmu. Pass to Smith. Good ball movement here by the Bulls. Three-pointer, and the three ball is good. Dosunmu's got his second bucket tonight.
Out of their last 5 makes, how about all 5 from long range?
Here's Nesmith. And here's Jackson. Halliburton with it. There's the triple. Score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Another three for Chicago.
Having a lot of trouble stopping the three-point shot.
Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Toppin, no one around him. And a miss there on the triple. Chicago leading by 20. Over in the corner, Dosunmu. And another assist for him.
That makes 15 assists.
He's been one step ahead of the defense all game long. McConnell passes to Halliburton. And he drives in, and Halliburton slams it in.
My goodness, how about that explosion? Halliburton takes off.
And the short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks very much. Tyrese Halliburton is a person who's in control. He says, I want to win, so I'm just trying to figure out the right way to do that. Right now, it's get the ball in my hands and just make the right reads. I can facilitate probably better than the majority of people in the league. So that's what I want to do. I want to get my guys involved. Kevin?
He does, doesn't he, David? Every single time. And, David, we thank you for that report.
Wow, from the arc, Toppin shoots with real authority. You can tell it's the area of the floor that he's comfortable.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
And that's typical of this guy. He's always reading the situation, reacting quickly, and capitalizing.
Halliburton outside. Back to Nesmith. The three ball. That's good, and it's Halliburton with the assist. Halliburton's got his 5th assist in this one. On the wing, Dosunmu. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Pacers trail by 17. Here's McConnell. Drives to the hoop. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. The Pacers have had 2 chances at the line already, making them both.
Yeah, pretty good numbers on the season when you look at their free throw attempts, right around 78%.
It seems. We've got 1:08 left in the first half of basketball. Tries a three. Nembhard grabs the board. Pacers shooting impressively throughout at 62%. Mathurin finds McConnell off on the layup.
Well, we didn't see the same kind of control we're used to seeing from him. This guy is usually a tremendous finisher.
Pass to White. Five on the clock. Here's Buzelis. And another miss by Chicago.
He has that confidence rolling, hitting 2 threes in the first, but he hasn't had one since.
Nembhard, the pass to Siakam. Buzelis grabs the board. From deep three-point territory. And so it's Chicago. Ahead by 9 as the quarter comes to a close. And the three-point shot has been big for him. We'll return shortly.
Come one, come all. The 2K halftime is here, and so's our breakdown of the upcoming schedule. Let's check it out. When players look ahead, how much are they circling particular games on the calendar?
Well, I don't think this generation of players still use paper calendars, Ernie.
Showing your age there, old buddy.
I walked into that one. And talking about our game now, a very solid first half for the Chicago Bulls.
Their passing was clearly superior in the first half. They were playing a team game, not one-on-one basketball. Good player movement, good ball movement, and they have a healthy lead to show it.
And that is it for halftime, folks. It is back to Kevin Harlan and the crew for the second half.
And if you're just joining us in this one, first half is in the books, 1 half to go. You have to like what you're seeing, guys, from Josh Giddey.
And those extra chances mean so much. And he has shaped the game with the way he's been pulling down those offensive boards.
Really putting his handprint on this game. You love the hustle. You love the work ethic he has had on display.
And here's Halliburton. He'll bring it up for the Pacers. They trail by 9 points. Here's who Rick Carlisle starting the second half with. The perimeter pairing with Nembhard and Mathurin. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. And it's Halliburton in at the point guard.
What a motor. Mathurin can go all night, and he has. What a performance.
Halliburton against Giddey. Pass to Buzelis. White with it. Shot clock at 6. Lets it go with a 3. Drains it from beyond the arc. White's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Bulls leading by 10. Here's Giddey. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. Giddey's got 20 points.
Terrific play call to give him a clean look at the rim. That's how you want to start the second half.
Well, there is nothing better than catching a rhythm as early as possible. And boy, that's a terrific start right there.
Outside, White. And it's Giddey in the corner. Vucevic setting the pick for Giddey. And it's Vucevic in the corner. That's good, and so Giddey with the assist. Giddey's got his 5th assist in this one. To the paint, here's Mathurin, and he makes it look easy, dunking it hard with one hand.
And one of the better athletes in his draft class, Mathurin, with quick lift off the floor and then the power to hammer it home.
Buzelis with the ball. Siakam's there, and stolen by Siakam. Here's Mathurin, and it is flushed down with a nice jam.
Boy, when he's on a roll, Benedict Mathurin is a really tough cover, guys.
And the timeout called here by Billy Donovan. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Robinson's checked in for the Bulls. Trey Jones comes in for Josh Giddey. The Bulls leading by 10. Just under 2.5 minutes into the 3rd quarter now. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. And just a fantastic run of games for him. A look at the Eastern Conference Player of the Week.
While most players can dominate with their scoring ability, he has done it with his passing. No doubt that he is the catalyst for this team on offense. And when players are cutting or moving to open space, he has found them.
Nembhard, the pass to Halliburton. Back to Nembhard. Now Mathurin. No good there, and that would have cut it to single digits. White, left side. Jones, no one around him. Nailed from three-point land. Jones has got 9.
Brilliant second-half start. 4 for 4 from the field. Can't ask for any better.
Oh, emphatic. And good to see Mathurin getting aggressive and finishing there with some force.
White finds Robinson. Little under 2.5 minutes off the clock now here in the third. And here's Vucevic. 9 points in the game so far. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It's going to be on Siakam.
You've got to be careful how you guard Nikola Vucevic. This guy is so good at forcing the defense to hit him on the way to the cup.
Taking 2 shots.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And he makes the first.
Well, Nikola Vucevic is a capable back-to-the-basket scorer, and he plays with tremendous confidence, guys.
Osumu, he's checked in for Chicago. And both free throws good for Vucevic.
This is what makes him a challenge to stop. He will beat you from the floor, and he can also beat you from the line.
Halliburton passes to Siakam. Halliburton outside, and a wide-open look for Mathurin. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Chicago leading by 13. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. We have a chance now to look at the teams that have created the most points off turnovers this season. Number 1, the Pacers.
You know, it's not just the turnovers they're forcing. I mean, they're converting at the other end. And you know what? It puts a lot of pressure on you to play perfect.
The Pacers making a switch here. Nesmith has checked in. Robinson against Siakam. To the middle. Wants to get it to Nesmith, and does.
Well, brought up in an unselfish system, Pascal Siakam takes great pride keeping his teammates involved.
And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline.
at the numbers for Halliburton. Getting around 24 points per, 10 assists, and 3 rebounds. And most important of all is his passing. He's a terrific distributor in their offense.
But it's certainly one of his best attributes, creating offense even when it looks like there's nothing there.
Just 5 on the clock. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot. 24-second violation. As we approach the playoffs, let's see how the East is shaping up. Taking a look at Chicago, they've continued to play strong basketball, if not utterly dominant, as the last part of the season grinds toward the playoffs. And it looks like, guys, they'll hold on to that #1 spot the whole way there. And checking out Indiana, not really any threat right now as their record showing a lot more losses.
I think for the Pacers, they haven't had the great season that some were expecting, but it hasn't been a disaster. They just need a few things to go right for them down the stretch.
It's an amazing thing. If you can get a couple of wins, generate some momentum, you've got to believe they'll be just fine.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, Bulls coach Billy Donovan keeps perspective. He says, I used to come back from a tough road loss, go straight to the office and pull an all-nighter, trying to figure out what went wrong. My highs were too high and my lows were too low. You have to realize so much of it is just luck, the breaks of life. Kevin?
That's right, D.A. We respect Billy Donovan as much as any coach in the NBA. But a good outlook there, you're right. Hey, thank you. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
I mean, they've been stepping it up in terms of their shooting from distance, and the confidence has been there all game long, leaving the defense to scramble.
I think it's also important we mention the number of assists this group has tallied. Their offense continues to just hum along right now.
Jalen Smith, he's checked in for Vucevic. And so Nesmith nails both of them. And Doris, when you look at Aaron Nesmith, he is someone that has accepted readily more responsibility over time.
There's no question, Kevin. And what I love is he didn't let not playing early in his career affect his outlook. In fact, it almost added an edge and spurred him to incredible improvement. He's an excellent defensive player. He's worked hard to become a three-point shooter. It's somebody defenses must now account for from range. Love the work put in.
Pacers trail by 9. Halliburton passes to Nembhard. Over to the wing. Wide open look. Shot is good off the back rim and in. Nesmith has got 12.
Well, that's somebody who sees the whole floor and delivers it to the perfect wide open shooter.
Robinson a screen on Halliburton. Inside and finished off by Robinson.
Yeah, good awareness by Mitchell Robinson. Reads the coverage and capitalizes as a roller.
Here's Nembhard. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 9.5 points a game. Hands it from downtown. Nesmith has got 9 points here in the second half.
I'll tell you, he'll take that all day, every day. I'm sure he was shocked to find himself that wide open.
And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. Chicago. Obi Toppin's checked in for the Pacers. T.J. McConnell comes in for Halliburton. And so it's Jones. He'll bring it up for the Bulls. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead. Six on the shot clock. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. So a moment now to see the story for him.
And when it comes to his scoring, he's enjoying a fantastic run. He's brought his points per game average up thanks to the work he's done in the past 10, and maybe he's got another big one in store tonight.
Pass to Nesmith. And Nesmith with the slam.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Here's Collins. That's in, coming off an assist from Jones. Jones has got his third assist on the night. Siakam with it. The shot comes out. Collins with some nice D.
And that's the battle they haven't been winning today. Their work on the glass has been porous, and that's got to change.
And that one, good. And now an 8-point Bulls lead.
That's what you call playing with passion and getting after it, Jalen Smith.
McConnell passes to Toppin. Now Siakam. He's guarded by Collins. Bucket is good. Nesmith has got 13 points now in the quarter.
And not relying at all on the three-point shot. They may want to rethink about stretching the defense a bit like they did in that first half.
Down low. And finished off by Collins.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleepwalk through possessions. What's going on out there?
Pass to Smith. Fires from way outside. Got a piece of it. Pacers trail by 8. To the paint. 51 seconds left in the third. And that's going to be a turnover. They called for 8 seconds.
Turnovers weren't a story for them early on, but that's changed. And now they're definitely having trouble keeping possession and momentum.
Kevin Huerter, he's checked in for Chicago. Josh Giddey comes in for Jones. In Indiana with a change here too. Shepard's checked in. McConnell passes to Neesmith. 41 seconds left in the third quarter. Collins against Siakam. Toppin sets a screen for Siakam. No good on the three.
I'll tell you, no matter what he does, he can't find his rhythm, and you get the sense he's starting to press a little bit.
Back to Herter. Pascal Siakam grabs the miss. Siakam's got 6 rebounds in the game. From deep, it doesn't go for him. Fires from way outside. And that one released in time, but no good. The points coming in bunches as we wrap up the third quarter. It's been a good one. Bulls out front. They lead by 8. And we'll get going after this from United Center. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. The guard set is Giddey and White. Robinson is out there with Vucevic. That's the group on the floor for Chicago. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over.
Indiana ball.
Jarace Walker. He's checked in for Indiana.
Number 5, Jarace Walker.
Now, here's Halliburton. Shoots over Vucevic. Halliburton, no good. The Bulls leading by 8. Here's Giddey. Great touch on the 16-footer. Giddey's got 22.
That's an excellent decision by Giddey to pull up. That in-between game, so important.
And finished off by Walker.
And you can feel the excitement in the building. Both of these teams pouring it on.
There's been a bit of a flurry here late, and this game may come down to which side gets a stop or two.
Shot clock at 5. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over.
Pacers ball.
Halliburton with it. And Walker throws it down.
When Jarace Walker stuffs it, we feel those bucks over here.
Final quarter here, and we're just over a minute and a half through it. 5 to shoot. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Indiana ball.
Andrew Nembhard is checked in for Walker.
Number 2, Andrew Nembhard.
And so here is Indiana. A great fourth quarter, just giving up 2 points. Halliburton deciding where to go with it. Back to Nembhard from downtown. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton.
3 points.
Halliburton's got assist number 11 for him here tonight. Halliburton against White. To the inside. Giddey kicks to Vucevic. Releases from the wing and drills it. And the Bulls lead by 5.
Well, what anticipation from the Montenegrin center. Vucevic reading the defense well on the catch and shoot.
Pass to Halliburton. Here's Nembhard. A three-pointer off the mark.
And they haven't been able to turn it into a big lead, but their rebounding advantage is starting to add up.
Third minute of action now gone here in the fourth. And Giddey gets it to go.
Boy, if this becomes a consistent part of Josh Giddey's game, look out, because that three-point shot is going to make him so dangerous.
Halliburton for three. It falls through, making him 6 for 11 in the game.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Clock at 6. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot. 24-second violation.
Indiana ball.
The Bulls making a switch here. Bruce Ellis is checked in.
Number 13, Matas Buzelis.
Halliburton against White. Pass to Nembhard. Here's Nesmith. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Now it's just a three-point Chicago lead.
And guys, all about hard work from this point on. They've worked hard to create that high-quality shot and then able to knock it down.
Six to shoot. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
Boy, that's the last thing they needed. This game too close to be making those kinds of errors.
Miles Turner, he's checked in for the Pacers. Pascal Siakam comes in for T.J. McConnell. Giddey against Halliburton. Here's Nembhard. Can't tie it up as that one misses. The Bulls leading by 3. Outside, White. And the layup's good off the glass.
Yeah, attacking the interior is something White does well. He's crafty, and he makes good adjustments against the defense.
Halliburton passes to Turner. Now, Nesmith. Bangs home the trifecta. Nesmith has got 18 points now here in the second half.
He's hit 4 now from behind the arc, 2 in each half, making an impact.
Giddey the pass to Robinson. Now here's White. And that's good. Robinson picking up the assist.
An assertive offensive player. White knows he has the green light to rise and fire.
Halliburton passes to Nembhard. Here's Nesmith. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Now Giddey. Here's Buzelis, and the Bulls tack on 2 more.
And you gotta like watching Buzelis break down the defense, just taking what they give him.
And so it's Rick Carlisle here calling timeout. And that timeout by Coach was carefully measured, wanting to make sure that everybody is on the same page here.
Let's see those dance moves. Next
pace is making a change here. Mathurin's checked in. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
During that last break, Kevin, I got a chance to hear Rick Carlisle's message to his team. He begged his players to keep it simple out there. He told them one possession at a time. Don't look at the scoreboard. What's most important is running our plays and being aggressive defensively. We'll see if they can follow that game plan. Guys?
Thank you, David. Halliburton kicks to Siakam. Shot clock at 6. Turner with the screen. That is good. And the Bulls lead is cut down now to just 4 in the basket from Siakam.
Yeah, that's 2 bombs in a row from long range.
Outside Robinson. Pass to Giddey. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation.
Pacers ball.
Vucevic checked in for Mitchell Robinson.
For your ball. Number 9, Nikola Vucevic.
And here's Halliburton. Nembhard finds Siakam. Indiana moving the ball around. Here's Mathurin. And he banks in the layup. Now just a 2-point Bulls lead.
And wow, Mathurin, the youngster, making his presence known.
Here's Buzelis. Pass to Giddey. Beyond the arc. Siakam pulls it in. Siakam's got his 7th rebound here tonight.
They get that one, but guys, on the night, that's been the problem, securing the ball.
No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. Bulls have gotten it done so far from the field here in the 4th, going 6 for 7. Vucevic a screen on Halliburton. Here's Giddey. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Listen, he's going to get stronger, but you talk about guile and the willingness to battle down low. Josh Giddey is more than up to the task.
And the first one drops.
Guys, we have seen a number of high-caliber players from Australia. Josh Giddey adding to the reputation of the country. This guy is long, he's versatile, and he's skilled.
And both free throws good for Giddey.
Well, this is the kind of player he is. The tougher the moment, the more he elevates his game.
Pass to Mathurin. And he drops in the layup off the glass. That's 28 points here for Benedict Mathurin.
Mathurin has been clutch going all the way back to his college days. That is a big-time delivery.
Down to 5 on the shot clock. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. A minute 50 left in the game. The drive by Siakam. The score now all even. And that's a double-double for him now. 10 points and 10 assists. Halliburton against Giddey. Lets it go from deep. Drills it from outside. Giddey's got 12 points in just the second hit.
Wow, Josh Giddey might be young, folks, but a fearless big-time bucket right there.
Siakam passes to Mathurin. No good on the triple. The Bulls leading by 3. White looking around. We've got 1:08 left in the 4th quarter. And that one is good. 15 points for Vucevic.
Vucevic so confident in himself, and his teammates come along with him.
Down low, it's stolen by Buzelis. Here's Giddey. Another one falls for Chicago.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Well, when it's closing time, he's trying to lock the door. He's been going all night.
And Rick Carlisle decides to call timeout. It's a chance for them to regroup and refocus. They're in for three. Buzelis grabs the board. Halliburton against Giddey. Vucevic a screen on Halliburton. Tipped away.
I think it's safe to call this one a wrap.
Well, it's been a hard-fought battle through much of the night. They just missed out on a couple of opportunities they'd love to do over.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Andrew Nembhard. First personal foul. Second team foul.
There's 21 seconds left in the fourth. And so they foul intentionally.
Second personal foul. Third team foul. At the line for two.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
Good on the first, and that increases their lead to 6. And so he drops them both. It's a 7-point game.
Well, it's about the little details. Capitalize at the free throw line, add to your lead.
Time called here. Indiana decides to talk it over. 20 seconds left to play in the final quarter. What's your take, guys?
And a little late to implement a plan B. This game is a wrap.
Well, I think he might just want to remind these guys, hey, let's finish the game the right way.
And a wide open look for Halliburton. No good on the quick three. Now here's Giddey. So it's Chicago winning this one. It was up for grabs right until the final seconds.
Yeah, and for me, Kevin, what stood out is just the overall trust this group has in one another when it matters most. Doing what had to be done and to send these fans home happy.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Olmers, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
Okay, then. That's how we stand on business. Okay then, that's how we stand on business. Okay, then. That's how we stand on business.
the Bills, baby. Drink plenty of fluids. Win the swamp tonight.
All right, baby. Let's get down.
The Magic on their way to the locker room earlier tonight, defending their home turf. Welcome to 2K Sports annual Noche NBA presentation. We're excited to bring you this celebratory fusion of basketball and Latin culture. In this game, we'll see the Orlando Magic. Let's see some of the numbers here for Josh Giddey.
Effective field goal percentage is a great way to measure his performance over the previous 10 games. It's been much improved, a sign that his game has been evolving.
And now the opening lineup for Chicago. Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Nikola Vucevic is out there with Buzelis. And for the Magic, they've got Duncan Robinson. Wagner is out there with Mo Wagner. Then it's Wendell Carter. And it's Suggs in at the 1. Well, Clark, more or less in the home stretch here. How does it feel to have the year winding down?
Well, on many levels, it feels good. I mean, you know, the postseason is upon us, and that'll ramp things right back up. The season may be ending, but the excitement is just about to start again.
Fires from deep. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Wagner against Giddey. Pass to Buzelis. This one for 3. Knocks down the triple.
He doesn't waste any time at all. Buzelis got the ball and just attacked right away.
Wagner outside. They set a pick. Wagner outside. The 3. Counted from distance.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
White looking it over. Lays it up and banks it in.
A super high percentage shot there. You just can't allow him to get that close.
Orlando's gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Here's Wagner. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
Just punishing the defense from the interior. Wagner doesn't mind scoring against physical defense.
The kick out to White. Picked by Vucevic. There's the triple. Another 3 for Chicago.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Here's Wagner. Uses the glass on the layup. Wagner's got 7 points.
Wagner's teammates encourage him to attack the rim. They love to see him be aggressive. Given these results, you can understand why that's the case.
Basket's good.
Red hot so far, 4 for 4. Cooking with gas, couldn't draw it up any better.
For Orlando, they've gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. And the Magic surprising many league-wide, Clark, with how they've broken through.
And the way they're winning, I might add. I mean, rugged physical defense is their identity and calling card. Not necessarily what you expect to see from a young team, B.A.
Out of bounds. It'll be Orlando's ball. And as we approach the end of March, a peek at the power rankings with the playoffs on deck. You look at the Hawks. They slipped a bit. Still in the top 10, though.
Well, right now for the Bulls, they've proven time and time again this season that not only are they legit, but they could very well be the team to beat.
Wagner outside. Fires for 3. It's hauled in by White. Bulls leading by 3. Down low. From outside the arc. Knocks down the long J. 6 points for him.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it. And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Wagner outside. Picked by Carter. There's the triple. Orlando again missing.
It's hard not to want payback when you give up a 3 at the other end, but it can force you to rush things.
Back to White. Launches it. Another 3 for Chicago.
This defense is getting spaced out. 3 of the last 5 buckets have come from way beyond the arc.
Wagner outside. Back to Suggs. Shot to stop the run. Kicks it out to Wagner. Nails it from 3. Wagner's got 10 points.
I tell you what, guys, there's not much more he can do. I mean, he's been on fire, yet they still trail in this game.
Pass to Buzelis. Inside. And it's Orlando with a rebound. This game following their win against the Rockets.
And most of the arena was totally against them. But they looked inward, trusted each other, and made good plays. Well, you know, the cohesiveness was evident out there. These guys feel like they can win in any arena. And they proved it that game. Well, you know, stopping him is never easy to do, but the defense was strong there.
2 points. That one goes.
That's the thing about Suggs, a footballer in high school. He gives you physicality in the backcourt.
Pass to Vucevic. To the inside. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
And so it's Suggs. He brings it up for Orlando. 6-point game. Wagner outside. Wagner outside. To the middle. And it's slammed in by Carter.
Just a real solid understanding of how to exploit the defense. Carter Jr. impressive at positioning himself in these situations.
Pass to Buzelis. Suggs against Giddey. Shot from the wing. The rebound by Carter.
That's the shot they wanted. It just didn't fall. You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
Wagner outside. Suggs surveys the D. Pass to Wagner. Just 5 to shoot. Drains the triple. Wagner's got 13.
Really like how Wagner has really gone after it on offense. That's part of why he's hot right now.
To the paint. Wagner with a steal. Robinson on the wing. 3-pointer. The shot no good.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Buzelis. Nice pass. Nice catch. And a resounding dunk.
Okay now, Rook. Buzelis showing he can finish with some power.
Wagner outside. Driving in. That's basket number 6 in 8 tries. Chicago leading. Giddey passes to Vucevic. Out to the right wing. Giddey with it. Inside. Up and in on the layup. Give him 8 points now.
And you like the balance here. Not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
Wagner outside. Pass to Wagner. Uncovered. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Vucevic has got 4 rebounds now. White for 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. And now a 6-point Bulls lead.
He still hasn't missed. 4 for 4 to start the game. Yeah, he's setting himself up to be their go-to guy today.
Pass to Robinson. Beyond the arc. Chicago grabs the miss. Their last encounter in Orlando, where they were able to handle the Magic.
Well, in this last matchup, they captured the win in large part because their backups provided a lot of the scoring punch. Yeah, and you know what? I expect them to go deep into the bench again tonight to give those guys on the bench a chance to have an expanded role, but also to give those starters some rest.
Bulls leading by 9. Grant, you look at the development path of Franz Wagner. Not surprising he had an easier transition to the NBA.
But think about this, B.A. I mean, he played against men very early in Germany, splitting time in Euroball, and at Michigan let him really develop in multiple ways. So he's seen it all and is still so young.
Cleared to fly. Here comes Mr. Suggs lifting off.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. So for the Magic, Batase's checked in for Carter. Cole Anthony comes in. Pope's checked in for Wagner. And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. White for three. That shot missing. Magic trail by 9. On the court for the Bulls. Giddey and White pair to make the backcourt. Buzelis out there with Mitchell Robinson. Outside Robinson. Pass to Batase. And the first shot of the night for him. Missing.
He has to make that one. I mean, you have to make the defense pay when they slough off of you like that.
And here's Robinson. From deep, Giddey. On target from range. Giddey's got his second bucket on the night.
Beautiful execution, getting it away quickly. Giddey just wasting no time.
Second quarter here, just over a minute and a half played.
I'll tell you what, they've rebounded the ball tremendously well. Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
And here's Caldwell Pope. He's been productive, averaging just over 7 points a game. To the inside. Here's Anthony. No good. Giddey with a defensive effort. Bulls leading by 14. Outside White. Pass to Robinson. Down low. All right, for those just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second. Oh, we missed the layup. He had it with the pump fake. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Well, this young Magic roster has chemistry. Coach Jamal Mosley said they're so tight together. It's just organic. They're happy at creating these relationships over time. And it's because they're all just good kids that like being around each other. Guys, that's what you want.
Yeah, no question. Something to build on, Allie. Thank you. Howard's checked in for Orlando. And a change for the Bulls. Vucevic, he's checked in for Robinson. Giddey passes to Vucevic. Outside Giddey. Outside White. Inside. And that one falls. His 5th basket in 7 tries.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
Howard with a screen on Giddey. Pass to Howard. Here's Black. Giddey defends. Shot clock at 6. Here's Black. Orlando again missing.
And really a reflection of their superior effort level to this point. It seems to me they've gone after this win a little bit more.
For the finish, and the big dunk at the end of the break.
Boy, you look at Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He is a wonderful defender, and you really got to admire the way he positions himself to come up with these steals.
Pass to Howard from behind the arc. Connects from downtown. Howard's got his first 3 points of the game.
Gets the shot he wants. The defense wasn't quite connected enough. They lost contact.
Here's Vucevic, and some very quick points for him on that possession. And the Bulls lead by 12.
They are passing the ball around tremendously right now.
Outside, Caldwell Pope. And again, it's Orlando with a three.
They are definitely shooting it well from beyond the arc right now.
Now Giddey. He had 34 points in the win against Indiana.
It wasn't just the scoring. He got others involved, too. And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Outside, Caldwell Pope. The three. And it's Chicago with a board. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Next matchup, they'll be home against the Nets. And that's a one-game homestand for the club. Magic trail by 11. Here's Black. He has 6. Caldwell Pope finds Howard. Here's Batase. Fires from deep. The shot misses. Chicago has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the second. And the shot goes down. Buzelis has got 9 points.
Great teamwork on that drive, punctuated by a strong finish.
That is the perfect fast break, guys. Getting a hoop before the defense can get set.
And a new group getting ready for Orlando. Carter, he's checked in for Batase. Wagner comes in for Howard. Franz Wagner checked in for Caldwell Pope. And it's Jalen Suggs in for Anthony. And a change for the Bulls. Smith's checked in. And Wagner gets it to go.
Franz Wagner, a rising young star. Again, having a major impact.
Hey, puts up a 3. Doesn't go there. Now he's 6 for 9. And so it's Suggs. He brings it up for the Magic. They trail by 11. And the bucket counts. And he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a 3-point play. All right, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for Chicago.
To me, it's been the ball movement. That's been the key. I mean, going from good to great. Not settling for a good shot, making that extra pass, keeping the defense off balance, and taking great shots.
And on top of that, they've been dialed in from deep. And if they keep it up, it could be a big night for them.
The Magic have gotten 7 of 13 attempts to go here in the second. Wagner, it falls again. He's now 8 for 12 from the floor.
And Wagner is a very efficient scorer in the painted area.
Giddey passes to Vucevic to the paint. Wagner with a steal. Here's Suggs. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
Well, that was clearly a foul.
Yeah, he took a shot there. Earned those free throws.
One thing this team loves about Jalen Suggs, he is one tough guard, Clark. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Chicago ahead, up 3. And we'll see you back here after the break. Third quarter action in just a bit.
They're letting that team fire away from deep, and it's not doing them any favors. Something got to change, Jet.
Yeah, hard to win when you...
All right, and now that we are in... That does it for halftime.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. When you look at Franz Wagner, what a contribution.
He's been so disruptive defensively in the first half. His fast hands pick plenty of pockets.
Well, I thought it was a great defensive performance for him so far. He's aware, he's alive, he's alert, quick to react to everything that's going on around him. Can't do it much better than that.
Franz Wagner out there with Mo Wagner. Then it's Wendell Carter. Then there's Jalen Suggs. And it's Robinson in at shooting guard. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Magic. Pass to Robinson. Suggs outside. Wagner for 3. Can't get it to go. 9 for 14 now. Chicago leading by 4. It's Giddey on the wing. Over Wagner. Cans it from the wing. Giddey's got 8.
That's why you keep your head up. If the assist is there, you can pounce.
Here's Suggs. And his fifth basket. Now 5 for 8. Looking comfortable out there.
Well, that's just the toughness basket by Suggs right there. Remember now, this young man was an all-state football player in high school.
To the middle. Over to the wing. Back to White. Fires for 3. Orlando with the rebound. Carter's got his 5th rebound in this one. Robinson against White. Wagner with a screen on White. For 3, Robinson. He buries it from 3. 6 points for him.
And that's a defensive lapse. A shooter of his caliber can't be left wide open.
Outside Giddey. To the inside. Oh, that's his 8th make of the game. He's only missed 4 so far.
That's been typical of their performance today. They're sharing the ball and creating good shots.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end.
And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Wagner able to bounce to the rack and throw it down, and he'll do so just about any time he has the opportunity.
White finds Giddey. And here is Vucevic, defended by Wagner. Oh, nice D from Carter. The Magic have gotten 3 of 4 shots to fall so far in the third. Wagner, the pass to Wagner. Right side, Robinson. Suggs outside. Carter, a screen on Giddey. The 3 from Suggs. Buzelis grabs the board. For Chicago, they've gotten 2 of 4 shots to go since the break. To the paint. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. He's got 19.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
Suggs with it. He's got 14. Carter, a screen on Giddey. The 3 from Suggs. Buckets. He's now 6 of 10 from the field.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
Yeah, you know, battling back is about staying the course, and their attitude never changed.
Another bucket! Wow!
An elite talent already in just his rookie year. He's now 3rd all-time for rookie point production.
He's showing elite level skill. Very uncommon to have this sort of talent right out of the gates. Pass to Wagner. Now here's Suggs. For the lead. And it's Giddey with a rebound. Giddey's got his 4th. Rebound in this one. 3-pointer, Buzelis. Orlando with the rebound. Carter's got rebound number 7 tonight. Robinson passes to Suggs. Inside. Shoots from the block. And it's Wagner missing. And Giddey has got the ball here for Chicago. Down low. Pulls it. No good off the glass.
That's as high percentage as it gets for him. I mean, the defense really has to be mindful of not giving him that kind of space to operate.
For Chicago, they've gone 4 of 8 in the third. Oh, from deep. Sinks the tray. And the Bulls lead by 5.
Yeah, this is a highlight of Giddey's game. His innate ability to set others up.
Here's Suggs. And he dunks it down.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
To the middle.
Blocked. Wagner, so good with his hands, but he's a smart defender, too. Positioned himself well to come away with that block.
You wonder what the score would be if they weren't controlling the glass.
It's clearly been their edge, and in a close game like this, you look for every edge you can find.
White for three. Another three for Chicago.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Showing no signs of slowing or cooling down. They're going to ride him as far as he can take him.
His arrow's been trending up as of late, and he's been magnificent tonight.
I wasn't quite sure if he'd be able to maintain that same level of play. I had my doubts coming into this game, but consider my doubts disappear.
Opportunistic basketball. Gets a great look at the three in transition.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. He wants... Orlando leading. On the court for the Bulls, getting the fourth quarter going. Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Nikola Vucevic is out there with Buzelis. Anthony, the pass to Caldwell Pope. And he makes it on the layup.
Look at Caldwell Pope battling inside. Boy, he fights through that contact, doesn't he?
Out of bounds. It'll be Orlando's ball. Orlando leading by 4. Anthony outside. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Vucevic has got rebound number 5 here tonight.
I've been in this position. Your team is up. You want to drive in the dagger. He may be a little overeager. Can't ask for a better look with the game in the balance.
Magic shooting is around 55% so far. Pass to Anthony. Fourth quarter just getting started. 1 minute in the books.
I'll tell you what, we know he's been struggling tonight, but his teammates have pitched in big time.
To tie it up. Shot blocked. On the wing, Caldwell Pope. He's guarded by White. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. You know, Clark, something Kentavious Caldwell Pope brings, that championship experience.
And every championship team has a guy like KCP, a guy who can make shots, who's always there, ultra reliable, plays both ends, doesn't step out of his role, and all he does is help you win championships. I love watching guys like that contribute in a meaningful way to championship teams. And he's a fun guy to watch because he does his job at a high level pretty much every night.
Harris is checked in for Orlando. And he makes both free throws.
They're really shooting better from the free throw line since halftime. That's a big plus if you're holding a late lead.
Down low. Oh, they pick off the pass. Oh, and a fast break for the Magic. And Caldwell Pope gets it to go. Caldwell Pope's got 6 points in the quarter. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Orlando.
I like the fact that they've been very aggressive at the defensive end, tenacious. They're jumping passing lanes and coming away with a lot of steals.
And we also got to talk about the number of points they've scored in transition, just jumping all over the opposition in this regard.
Harris outside. 5 on the clock. Black passes to Caldwell Pope. Over Buzelis. And off the front iron, and in it goes. And the Magic lead by 6.
It's been a dominant night for him, staying productive throughout.
Outside Giddey. To the right side. Here's Vucevic. Pass to Buzelis. And here's White. The 3 is up. Hits the three-pointer.
And that bucket from beyond the arc puts them within reach. He's really been putting that shot to work.
You bet he has. I mean, working overtime. The triple's been his bread and butter in this ball game. Nothing but butter. Sweet butter.
Stepping up to secure the board. He just wanted it more.
Now Vucevic. Pass to Giddey to tie it up. And it's Orlando with a rebound.
Ooh, he really came close to leveling the score there.
Yeah, you know, and after the way they fought back into it here in the fourth, that would have been a big bucket for him.
Maybe he's playing better during winning time. Silent in the first half, but since then, he has taken over.
White, good.
Back-to-back threes, making their defense work on the perimeter a bit.
A look at the clock. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by in the fourth. Giddey against Anthony. Banked it in off the glass. Anthony's got 4 points in the quarter.
Clever call by Anthony there, using the pick and roll to create an opening.
Hey, that's a shot he doesn't shoot very often.
Well, I think they're getting caught in that in-between zone, no man's land, giving up 3 straight from beyond the arc right now.
Outside, Caldwell Pope. It's blocked.
When it comes to contesting shots, Buzelis is showing us that he's got great timing.
From deep, Giddey. Caldwell Pope pulls it in. And here's Anthony. He'll bring it up for the Magic. They lead by 1. Pass to Black. The 3-ball. Chicago with a rebound. Vucevic has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. White for 3. Caldwell Pope pulls it in. The Magic have got 5 out of 10 shots to drop here in the final quarter. Now here's Anthony. Here's Black. And another miss by Orlando.
And, you know, even though that shot didn't go down, I like how they got him a wide open look in space there.
White can't hit. Orlando has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Here he goes. Black passes to Bitadze. Vucevic with a steal. Pass to White. Got a piece of it. Here's Black. He's guarded by White. Anthony with it. And Anthony slams it in.
Anthony going up top. Don't let his size fool you, folks. Cole's got some hops.
So Orlando ends up going with a new group. Bulls trail by 3. White on the wing. Robinson defending. White, good.
Here in the fourth, he's been zeroed in, hitting some big buckets.
And here's Suggs. Wagner outside. Puts it up from 12. To the paint. Here's Carter. And a big-time jam. He slams it right over Vucevic.
Stunning and surprising jam by Carter Jr. I don't think anybody saw that coming.
Pass to White. Giddey with it. To tie it up. Sinks the tray. And that makes it a tie ball game.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Boy, it's been a 3-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
Now Suggs. Here's Robinson. Puts up a 3. And Wagner gets it to go on the assist from Robinson. Robinson's got his 4th assist with that last one. To the inside. Here's White. No good there. Good work defensively by Robinson. Magic leading by 3. Pass to Suggs. Back to Robinson. Wagner, the pass to Suggs. Takes one from 10 feet. And another basket for Orlando.
Jalen Suggs was known for knocking down big-time hoops in college, and we're already seeing it translate here in the NBA as well. Great confidence from that young man.
Oh, man. Massive points from Buzelis.
Yes. Pass to Suggs. Back to Wagner. Chicago with a rebound.
That's their plan, to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with.
Outside White. To take the lead. And they'll get another chance. Vucevic goes up and lays it in nice and easy.
And Vucevic is just a gamer, somebody who accepts the responsibility of coming up big when his team needs it.
And Wagner gets it to go. Wagner's got 9 points here in the second half.
Wagner, one of those guys that loves to deliver when it matters most.
And they take the lead.
And their strategy is obvious. Manufacture looks from outside the arc.
You know, that's exactly their plan here in the fourth. Work to find space behind the arc and then bury some threes.
Second shot opportunity, and he sinks the layup. Wagner's got 7 now in this quarter.
Wagner knows how to handle his business inside, mainly due to how much confidence he brings to the court.
And this is just typical of him, always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
You know, they want the ball in his hands here because they trust him to hit all the big shots.
It's the fire he's playing with that has him leading the team in rebounds.
I tell you what, guys, nobody's been more physical in this game than he has. He has been a glass eater.
Here's the three. It's rebounded by Wagner. Wagner's got 5 rebounds in the game. Robinson passes to Wagner. Suggs outside. 4-3. The offensive rebound.
When you do moves like that and you miss, you know you're going to hear it from your coaches and your teammates.
Pass to Giddey. There's the three. The rebound by Carter. Suggs against Vucevic. Suggs, the pass to Wagner. Back to Suggs. From deep. That shot is off. And it's the Bulls with the ball. 2-point game. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock and the game clock. Jacks up a 3. Oh, gets the 3 to fall.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
I don't think you want to get loose and sloppy or ease up, but it is time for them to start using that clock a bit.
Orlando calls timeout. 17 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Any speculation on what we're going to see coming out of this timeout?
No doubt. They've got to get a quick bucket here.
Yeah, and they need it hiccup fast. I mean, they'll be drawing up a quick hitter in the huddle here, no doubt.
For 3, Robinson. And he buries it. And he's brought them within 2 points now.
It's been great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game? Yes.
And they foul intentionally. Now they're going to have to do that again. They're not in the penalty just yet.
Yeah, just a must-foul situation to stop the clock.
And you know what? Who knows? A few misses at the stripe, and they're right there within range. You know, late-game free throws are a lot different than early-game free throws in terms of making.
Misses the 3. And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right, thoughts on what coach is going to do here?
I don't know if they should be greedy here and go for a 3. I'd take it to the basket, get a high percentage shot, or maybe get fouled.
Wagner for 3. Oh, the all-or-nothing shot attempt falls offline. So a close game sees Chicago taking this one. And this was an emotional win for them, no doubt about it.
Just a fantastic accomplishment. You love how they just diffuse the energy in this arena.
And that'll do it, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark Kellogg, this is Brian Anderson thanking you all for tuning in tonight. We'll see you next time.
Son, you win so many games, I'm running out of things to say. Good teams win games like these.
Back to
Good teams win games like these.
Look, yeah, your boy back, everything lit. It's lit. It's lit. It's lit. You know I got the wave, I don't even swim. And it's lit. And it's lit. And it's lit. Like a walk, keep walking, walk when I feel lit. Any other man, W's up, W the winning in the shit. Winning in the bag on the back. Had to treat her good, shorty, clean it up, shorty. She know I'm on. It's that make her wanna shake. See I'm moving, now she wanna. It's that make her wanna shake. See I'm moving, now she wanna. Yeah, your boy back, everything lit. It's lit. It's lit. It's lit. You know I got the wave, I don't even swing. And it's lit. And it's lit. And it's lit. I was in the now I'm freaked up. Yeah, I'm freaked up. Say she wanna maybe link up. Can't wait to meet her. Catch me in the spot. Like, hey yo. You know who got the city. Can't do nothing with me. Catch me with the buddies. Drone on the Jenny. Zula 42. Baby, what's the move? Call a penny for the jewels. Savage. Boss it. She said, boy, nice. I just get it. Parties in the sky, 2055. Yeah, your boy back. Everything lit. It's lit. It's lit. It's lit. You know I got the wave. I don't even swim. And it's lit. And it's lit. And it's lit. Walk, get walk. And it's lit. It's lit. It's lit. You know I got the wave. I don't even swim. It's lit. It's lit. It's lit. Keep
Something else to do with it.
Showtime, MP. True ballers only.
Oh, say does that.
They say revenge is a dish that's best served cold. The good, young, we all grow old. In a world where you never fix you, and if he cries wolf, you can never believe him. Easy to say, so they say. Be a good boy, Johnny. Don't you ever play with. So they say, so they say. You gotta run before you walk and walk before you. So they say.
We welcome you to Noche and Beyond here on 2K Sports. And on paper, Greg, this might seem like a potential blowout, but anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
Here are the starters for Brooklyn. They've got Bones Highland. Williams is out there with Johnson. Then And it's Sharp, and it's Melton in at the 2. Pass to Highland from outside the arc. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Williams. Highland's got the first basket of the game for Brooklyn. It's White on the wing. He's guarded by Melton. And here is Giddey. Vucevic's screen on Highland. Plays it up off the glass.
Always has his head up. Giddey unselfish with it.
And so it's Highland with it. He brings it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Tough loss coming against Cleveland in their last game played.
Yeah, I mean, their execution at times was flawless, but they also made some mistakes that ultimately get them in.
And it's just a couple of bad breaks, and then you're on the losing end. I'm sure they're going to bounce back quickly. He gives up a bit of size at the center position, but his leaping ability, well, let's just say that makes up for it.
It's Sharp, top of the key. About a minute and a half through the first quarter. Johnson, wide open, he fires. Off target with his 3. And he finishes nicely on the way.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Hits the 3-point bomb.
The calling card of Johnson, his J. It's why Cam was a lottery pick. It's why he's such a quality NBA player.
To the paint. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. You know, the hopes of a super team in Brooklyn did not come to fruition at all, Richard. And you saw it firsthand.
Thank you for reminding me of that, Kevin. Yes, I had a front row view to it. And look, from a fan's perspective, it's a tough take. The team brings in some of the biggest stars this league has ever seen. You are thinking championship, and you never got close.
Now here's Johnson. Boy, he just disappeared against Cleveland. They needed him. Misses the 3. Here's Chicago. It's White on the wing. 3-pointer. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Yeah, you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Man, he sure can get off the floor.
He's one of the best in the business, absolutely. To the middle. And it's Melton with the rebound.
That's just a bucket like you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss that.
Inside, here's Sharp, and then Sharp with the dunk.
Saw the angles and led him right to the hoop with that pass.
Three-pointer on the way. Here's Vucevic. The shot goes in. First shot. basket.
Getting physical on the glass and getting a bucket, that's what Vooch does.
On the wing, Johnson. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen. Now a chance to look at the best new players in the game with our Rookie of the Year race. Things getting clear with a little over a month to go. All season long, he has proven again and again that he's the cream of the crop. He's in the top spot right now, and the hardware could be his.
And there's no more deserving candidate. Any other outcome than him lifting that Rookie of the Year trophy, and I'd be shocked.
Yeah, at this point, he has separated himself from the pack. I don't know what more he could have done this year. It's been one amazing performance after another.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And all of a sudden, that man was just on the other end. Wow.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
Here's Melton. The Bulls getting the bucket. Pass to Highland. Back to Johnson. Sharp sets the pick for Johnson. Plenty of daylight on that shot. Johnson's got 7 points in the game.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Giddey against Highland. Takes the three. Kept alive. Here's Sharp. Got a piece of it.
Making good use of his length. Buzelis able to track down the block that time.
Count that bucket. 10 points for him.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
Williams. And Williams throws it down.
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
Floats one up. And that's 2 points on the layup.
I mean, a 6'8 playmaker. Giddey is a point forward, and he piles up the assist.
Highland passes to Melton. The kick out to Williams. Here's Sharp. Doesn't get it to drop for him. The Bulls have gone 7 of 11 from the field to begin the game. Here's White. Sinks the triple. White's got his second bucket of the game to go.
An assertive offensive player. White knows he has the green light to rise and fire.
Johnson with a screen on White. Here's Melton. And he makes good on the layup.
Punch, counter punch. Impressive offensive production early on.
You have to think at this point the winner will be the one to settle in on defense.
Here's Buzelis. No scoring in this one.
Buzelis showing a little bit of everything with that quick release.
Melton against White. Pass to Johnson. Six on the shot clock. From the arc. No good that time.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
And if you listen to Cam Johnson talk about shooting, my goodness, RJ, he is a student of the game.
Studies a lot of different shooters, constantly analyzing his own footwork. And you know what? The result speaks for themselves.
It's the Nets now. The Bulls knocking down the three. Buzelis with the ball. He picked up 15 points in their last win against Orlando. Back to Giddey. Vucevic, a screen on Williams. Rebound, Brooklyn. Melton feeling it out a bit. Johnson's shot is off. The Bulls leading by 6. At the elbow, Vucevic. Over Sharp. And Vucevic with the basket on the assist from Giddey. Giddey's got 5 assists tonight. Melton passes to Sharp. Johnson outside. And the Nets miss again.
I'd like to see him a bit more efficient. He has not been great this quarter.
And then Buzelis with the dunk.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
They were ready to roll right through the tip. There was no warm-up period. It was only, let's do this.
And we got a timeout here called by Jordi Fernandez. He wants to talk to his guy. Of emphasis on three-point shooting, Greg. What's your opinion of that?
Well, Kevin, stretching the D isn't just about how far out they have to defend. It's the distance between that and how far in you have to defend. That's why analytics favors shots at the rim and from distance.
Now, here's Melton. He had an 18-point outing in the last game against the Cavaliers in Cleveland.
And he didn't take any plays off at the defensive end. I mean, he wound up with 4 steals on the night.
In constant motion off ball, Thomas finds a soft spot and trusts the ball will find him back.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Mitchell Robinson. Jones is out there with White. Then it's Jalen Smith. Outside Thomas. Jones against Melton. Here's Wilson. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Last game for the Bulls, they picked up the W against the Magic. Here's White. Score it. His third straight basket in 3 tries.
Yeah, attacking the interior is something White does well. He's crafty, and he makes good adjustments against the defense.
Now, here's Melton. He's playing a pretty big role for him at the offensive end, averaging about 12.5 points a game.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
Melton against White to the middle. Wilson grabs the board. Nets trail by 12. Here's Thomas. And he drops it in from the low post. Thomas got his third basket of the night right there.
Graceful touch on the teardrop. Woo. Thomas showing how under control he is.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, Coby White became one of the top candidates last season for Most Improved Player. He says, I always tried to just let the work show. I wanted to prove that I could be a starting guard in this league. I've just got to continue to get better every day, be aggressive, and be who I am. Kevin, back to you.
All right, D.A., love that attitude. And the Bulls making a change here. Vucevic is checked in. And a switch here for Brooklyn. Martin's checked in. Second quarter of play with almost 3 minutes gone. A shot by Wilson, no good. And it's Jones with the ball for the Bulls. They come into this one having outplayed the Magic last game.
Remarkable consistency from deep. You can't count on that every game, especially on the road.
Yeah, they just pummeled them from the perimeter. Did a nice job working the ball around and getting those high percentage looks.
Whitehead's checked in for the Nets. And now the 2K leaderboard, a list of the teams that have rebounded the ball tremendously over the last 10 games. In third, the Nets.
What a show of strength in terms of rebounding. I mean, they've really controlled the glass here of late, playing with some extreme physicality.
Pass to Thomas. Nets passing it around. Here's Wilson. And again, no good by Brooklyn.
Okay, so if I were to say this was a disaster of a period for him, it would be an understatement. But hey, sometimes you got to shoot your way out of the slump, even for him.
And Brooklyn making a change here. Lewis is checked in.
Number 27.
Nets trail by 12. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Two free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. It goes on Coby White.
Yeah, good job to take it right at
the Nets shooting their third and fourth free throw attempts of the game. Some changes for Brooklyn. Sharps checked in for Nicholas Claxton. And it's Johnson in for Wilson. The Bulls leading by 10. Jones kicks to Vucevic. closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Down low. Yes, indeed, it is good. He's now 8 for 14.
Yeah, 3 consecutive field goals have come right at the rim. The D had better start buckling now.
Up top, Sharp. Lewis outside. Sharp sets the pick for Lewis. 6 to shoot. Brooklyn needs to get off a shot here. And with that one, the lead is trimmed to single digits.
3 points.
Lewis has got 5 points in the quarter. Chicago has gone 5 of 10 from downtown tonight. 50% exactly. Plays it up and banks it in. And the Bulls lead by 11.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
And the basket by Thomas.
Oh, man, he's feeling it this quarter. They should be looking to get him going every trip down the floor.
And there's the call on Trendon Watford. That is his first foul of the game. Bruce Ellis is checked in for Chicago. And a change for the Nets. Wilson, he's checked in for Lewis. Now here's Jones. Nothing on the board. Pass to Buzelis. From outside, off the mark. Nets trail by 9. Now Watford. We saw him with 19 points his last outing. Now Thomas. Pocket 6. To the paint. Here's Wilson. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
From deep, Johnson. That one's in. Only his 4th make against 9 total shots.
You got to get out on Johnson, especially when he's roaming around these corner spots.
No good again that time. The Nets have gone 6 of 12 in the second quarter, right at the 50% mark from the field.
Just an ugly show from him offensively. Yep, no way to describe it, just ugly, and that hasn't helped.
To the inside. And the layup falls. He's got 23.
And that's 10 straight points in the paint. The defense, nowhere to be found.
And Jordi Fernandez has called a timeout. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Brooklyn making some changes. Williams, he's checked in for Wilson. DeAnthony Melton comes in for Cameron Thomas. And Bones Hyland subbed in for Trendon Watford. So that's the end of the first half. It's the Bulls leading by 6 from the United Center in Chicago. Back in a moment.
The Nets, 52. Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drums, please. They're measuring up the shot.
They've been choosy when hunting for shots, guys. I like that. Trying to capitalize on every single possession.
All right, guys, here's a look at how the power rankings look at this late point of the season.
Well, right now for the Bulls, they're in that #1 spot for a reason. Playing well as a team, making it look easy. Definitely the team to beat right now, guys.
And that'll do it for half.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. Here's Hyland. And Brooklyn, looking who they've got. Johnson is out there with Williams. Then it's Bones Hyland. Then it's DeAnthony Melton. And it's Sharp and at the center, locking down the middle. Williams can't hit.
And hard work on the glass. Once again, guys, they put a lot of effort and focus on the backboard.
Some nice ball movement by the Bulls. From deep, connects from three-point range. And the Nets with possession here. They trail by 9 points. Pass to Sharp. Highland with it. Shoots the three. That one, no good. The Bulls leading by 9. Fires from the wing. It's Chicago with another bucket. And if you're just joining us, we played over a minute here in the third. Johnson outside. White against Melton. Six to shoot. Here's Williams. It's rebounded by Giddey. Giddey's got 6 rebounds here tonight. And great for Buzelis. Basketball has been a part of his family for generations.
Yeah, how about that? Both his parents played professionally in Lithuania, as did both of his grandfathers. And his dad now works with the Lithuanian men's national team as a physiotherapist.
Now, here's Melton. After the miss from Vucevic, Williams can't hit.
Nothing just seems to be bouncing his way today. Mama said there'd be days like this. They have missed his production.
Trying his luck from deep. Brooklyn with the rebound. On the wing, Melton. Pass to Highland from downtown. It's rebounded by Giddey. Giddey's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game.
Yeah, they've shown effort and aggression in the paint, really right from the tip. Their rebounding edge right now, massive.
Trey Jones is checked in for Josh Giddey.
Number 30, Trey Jones.
A little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the third. Buries it from three-point range.
And Buzelis continues to work on improving his three ball. When he's hitting from there, everything else becomes easier.
Got a chance now to take a look at some numbers for Josh Giddey.
In the last 5 games, you can see the trend upwards for effective field goal percentage. And it shows you how confident he's playing right now.
Here's Highland. He's got 6. Melton passes to Williams. And again, it's the Nets missing.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
Brooklyn with the ball after Chicago picking up a basket just moments ago. Highland passes to Melton. Highland against Jones. Just 5 on the clock. Misses and the dry spell continues.
No matter what looks they get, they just can't convert to stop this run.
This is snowballing for them. They've got to get a good look next time down.
Oh, great ball movement there.
And here's Melton. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Searching for that first bucket here in the third. Williams with a clean look. Traps in the tray. Williams has got 9.
Didn't get a 3 in the first half, but now he's on the board with his first triple of the game.
He tries for 3. A rebound by the Nets. Melton's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Takes a 3. And again, Brooklyn with the triple.
And they've got to talk to each other on D there. Miscommunication, and now he's able to make them pay.
Vucevic setting the pick for White. Excellent D there from Williams. Nets trail by 12. Fires for 3. Melton, no good. Bulls have gone 5 of 9 on field goal attempts since halftime. Pass to White. There's the triple. Johnson with the rebound. Net shooting 41% for the game. Here's Williams. Sharp on the wing. Johnson finds Highland. Over Jones. And Vucevic pulls it down. Vucevic has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. On the basket by Jones.
They're doing a really good job of getting the ball inside and attacking the paint. That's an area they have completely dominated.
Jones against Highland. Pass to Melton. And a little luck that time, but it drops. He's got 9.
Nice ball movement there. That's how you break down the defense.
Inside. Not going to go that time. Good D by Williams. Nets trail by 12. Now Johnson. It's stolen by Buzelis. And here comes White. Leading the fast break. And White slams it in.
And you can argue this is White at his best. Just an absolute terror in transition.
Pass to Sharp. Now Highland. Defended by Jones. There's Williams with the 3. Vucevic with the rebound.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
White, good.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Here's Melton after the Bulls pick up 2. Johnson, the pass to Highland. That's in, coming off an assist from Johnson. Highland's got 9.
The defense is far too slow to close out on those 3-point attempts.
So for the Nets, Tommy's checked in, and it's Cameron Thomas. Timeout called here by Billy Donovan. Looking for a breather, and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. 1:35 left to play in the 3rd. Martin dishes to Thomas. He gets it to fall. That makes it just a single-digit lead.
Muscling it home. Cam finds a way on that offensive end.
Giddey kicks to Collins. To the paint. Down low. Second chance shot, and it's good on the layup. 32 points in the game.
I mean, he is just demoralizing his opponent right now on the backboard. They didn't want anything to do with him on that possession. Almost like they were just giving up on the play.
And you can't teach effort. You can encourage it, but this is why you covet guys who are so self-motivated.
It's the Nets now, after Chicago picking up a basket just moments ago. Clock at 4. Shot from free throw range. And it's good off the back of the rim and in. Thomas got 4 points now in the quarter.
Dangerous in the mid-range. Thomas isn't uncomfortable with that shot.
Some nice ball movement here by the Bulls. Robinson on the wing. And stolen by Thomas. Wilson against Giddey. Wilson kicks to Thomas for the 3. And it's Chicago with the rebound. Giddey's got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. Collins. And so it's the Chicago Bulls ahead by 9 as the quarter comes to a close. They're shooting the ball so well in this one. Now let's hear what head coach Billy Donovan was reviewing.
Hold your ground. Don't let him back your way in. Just hold your
The 4th quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Chicago leading by 9. The guard set is Giddey and White. Buzelis out there with Mitchell Robinson. That's the 5 out there for the Bulls.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
Top of the key, Claxton. Pass to Wilson. The 3. It's all in by the Bulls. Robinson's got 7 rebounds in the game. 3-pointer. It falls for the 6th time in 7 tries this contest. That's 86%.
And right now, White, red hot. Just everything he puts up seems to go in.
Watford finds Thomas. And another one in the scoring column for him. He's 7 of 10 from the field.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
Takes it off the glass.
No settling for an outside shot there. They went right to the hoop.
A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone right now. It's Thomas on the wing. Back to Wilson. Outside for Martin. Watford bounce pass. And stolen by White. And here comes White, leading the fast break. Buzelis' shot is good. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for the Bulls?
Great heads-up defensive play tonight, creating offensive opportunities for themselves by forcing deflections.
And I'll tell you, the energy they've shown in the open floor, boy, it has been terrific. Doing a phenomenal job converting in those situations.
Pass to White. On the wing, Giddey. And he converts the layup. He has 38 in the game.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Thomas passes to Watford. Back to Thomas. Here's Wilson. That's good. And it's Thomas picking up the assist. Thomas got 3 assists in the game. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. Giddey, no good. Nets trail by 16. Here's Wilson. And the 3 off target. Pass to Buzelis. To the wing right side. Here's Giddey. And it's Chicago scoring again.
And if you allow Giddey to get in rhythm, he is more than capable of knocking it down.
Here's Martin. Thomas goes in, lays it up off the glass.
It's just one of those nights where he's been very good, but his team is losing, and that's just an odd feeling.
On the wing, Giddey fires the 3, and he's good on the 3 ball.
And I know Giddey would rather shoot threes straight on, but being versatile makes him even more effective.
Thomas passes to Watford. Thomas feeling it out a bit. Shot clock at 6. Rebound by the Bulls. Back to White. To the middle. Changes up. Brooklyn with the rebound. Claxton's got 5 rebounds tonight. Outside, Martin. From deep, Thomas. Good again. He's on tonight. 9 for 13 shooting.
He was solid in the first half from deep. He's a guy who can get hot. Let's see how he does here in the second.
Chicago making a switch here. Vucevic is checked in. And so it's Giddey with it. He brings it up for Chicago. Pass to Buzelis. Over in the corner, White sinks the triple. White's got 10 points in just the second half.
No, he's been locked all the way in from the floor, and he's the number 1 rebounder.
Finishing with force. Whoa!
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow. We are going to remember that one for a while.
I know I will, Greg. That was special. That was really special. Inside. Buzelis with the ball. Williams looking over the floor. Johnson outside. The Nets working the ball around now. 3-pointer. Williams can't get it to go.
And as long as he keeps missing from deep, the D will keep letting him fire away. He's just off from range right now.
Misses the layup. Nets trail by 17. Melton passes to Johnson. Lets the 3 fly. Vucevic with the rebound. Vucevic has got 6 rebounds now in the game. It's White on the wing. Down low. And yep, another basket.
Once again, he's reached the 40-point mark as there has been no slowing him down all season.
Well, GA, with all these 40-point performances, he's close to matching the mark for third most 40-point games in a single year.
Well, we haven't seen this many 40-point games in a long time. He is close to matching his airness, Michael Jordan, who scored 40 points, an incredible 37 times back in '87.
Johnson kicks to Williams. And again, it's the Nets missing. Chicago leading by 19 points. To the paint. It's Chicago with another bucket.
With his soft touch around the rim, Buzelis should score a lot of points in the paint over his career.
Outside Williams. Pass to Johnson. Melton against White. 6 on the shot clock. And again, no good by Brooklyn. Chicago's gone to three-point range for 12 of their points in the final quarter on 4 of 5 shooting. Great positioning on the putback.
Again and again, they're dissecting the defense and creating those high-percentage looks from inside.
And here is Johnson. Here's Highland. Misses in close. And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. Chicago leading by 23. Some people, RJ, have called for fewer regular season games. Could that help?
Absolutely not. If Kareem Abdul-Jabbar can take commercial flights and have to stay the night over and play 82 games, I think that the teams today can play 82 games. There has been nothing for him this quarter. Ever since halftime, he's lost all of his touch.
Misses from short range. The Nets shooting a paltry 33% in the fourth. Not a good showing for this offense. Yep, that one goes. And Chicago shooting has been fun to watch in this game. They're at 57% to the inside. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. No good on that. And the Bulls will go for a different look here. Collins checked in for Vucevic. Smith comes in for Buzelis. Kevin Huerter, he's checked in for Kobe White. And Jones subbed in for Josh Giddey. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. 43 points in the game.
For a wing, Huerter has always been a very good facilitator. By no means a ball stopper.
Pass to Johnson. And they come right back with their own three-pointer.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Back to Jones from past the arc. Another three for Chicago.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
Effort like this makes you wonder if they've already packed it in for the game, ready to go on to the next. Gotta at least show a little heart out here.
Here's Melton. Kicks it out to Johnson. It's stolen by Smith.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout, big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for the Bulls.
A beautiful pass doesn't always get you on the highlight reels, but there were some spectacular dishes in this game.
You know what? It was a team that was in sync and just trusted one another to take the right shots.
And reaching an impressive milestone on the year, this will be win number 60. And guys, they have played so well this season. I think pretty much any given night, they've come in with that swagger and attitude, and they've really backed it up.
And they've really had a dominant run of games against this opponent this year. They played them 3 times and won every one.
Now here's Jones. Pass to Collins. From deep. It's good from long range.
And it's just competing. You know, giving your best when it matters most.
And let me tell you, as a team, you love to hit your stride right at the crucial moments. They put this game away in style.
And guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sights.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Herder on the wing. Inside, Williams with the steal. 3-on-3. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
How about battling through the impact there and then willing that basketball in?
And that one falls for Williams. We've got 13 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Pass to Herder. Jones with it to the middle and stolen by Williams. Now Highland. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. It was a tale of two teams tonight, one that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy here is just so tremendous. Fans involved from the get-go, and once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see that rhythm and flow from their perspective.
And that about wraps it up. Richard Jefferson, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge. This is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching tonight's game on 2K Sports. See you next time.
Even Jokic can't believe the numbers MP has put up lately.
This is one of my favorite spots in the city, Shake. Chris Brickley's gym. The guy's a legend on the training circuit with some of the best players in the world.
And you'll definitely be running into some of them here.
Jump into scrimmages with the opportunity to upgrade your badges with the added bonus that they earn at double the rate and sometimes even more. You have a chance for some big gains at Brickley's gym.
They run 3s during the week and 5s on the weekends. And I can tell you firsthand that some of those 5v5 games get pretty intense.
The competition definitely goes up a level, but when you're facing off against the top players in the world, you gotta expect it won't be easy.
So come by when you're ready to hoop. Check in.
What's up, MP? I'm Chris Brickley. Welcome to my gym. We're open 24/7. Whenever you want to get some work in and sharpen up your skills.
What's up, Chris? This is dope, man. It feels good to get out of the practice facility sometime.
Of course, we've got open runs with other pros daily. 3-on-3 Monday through Thursday, and 5-on-5 on the weekends. Come by anytime.
Bet. Chris, good to see you.
MP coming through on the weekend? I love to see the grind. Let's scrimmage.
I'm in.
Right here. Oh, you saw that? He hit me. Hey! Hey, come around, come around! Oh, that's my ball! I'm coming! Ball, ball! Oh, hit that! Hey, yo, right here. Get forward, get forward! Come on. Get forward! Stop ball! Hey! Watch it! Stay on him! No, stop. Watch out! Oh! Hey, yo, right here. Keep shooting, Jamil.
You have better today. Nice work. I'll see you next week.
I appreciate it. Thanks for pushing me.
Yes, sir.
What up, Energy? It's Rio, legendary. Catch it flipping at the light, make his car stop.
Boys about to tear it up.
These are the games you have to win to be taken seriously.
Hola and welcome to Noche Latina, an NBA celebration of Latin heritage. We're proud to bring it to you here at 2K Sports. And both backcourts in this one stand cream of the crop.
Well, a lot of people would say that this is a guard-oriented league. I think it's a league of all the positions, but tonight, certainly, whoever can win that guard battle will probably go home with the W.
Certainly the headliner tonight. And a look at the starters for the Bulls. Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Buzelis out there with Nikola Vucevic. Pass to White. Three-pointer. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Well, he shoots a high volume of threes. White not picky where he takes them from.
Van Vliet, the pass to Brooks.
Well, that's a very early foul for him. Needs to be more careful and not pick up a second one this quarter.
White with the steal. Inside. Pass to Vucevic. To the middle. Rockets with a rebound. Green, the pass to Brooks. And here's Thompson. Back to Green. The three is up. The shot that time not on target.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Right side White. Lets it go from deep. And again, it's Chicago with a three.
And I like how White shot it with confidence. He's reliable beyond the arc.
Şengün against Vucevic. That one's good from Green. And the assist by Şengün.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Outside White. Down low. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Well, a sharp start for them. 3 of 4 from the field.
And Grant, you look at the Rockets' additions over the last year or two. There's an emphasis on toughness.
Yeah, toughness, both physical and mental. Those are the kinds of veterans they've brought in. And that extends, of course, to the coaching staff, too.
For Chicago, they've gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. Here's Buzelis. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Just good, aggressive play by Buzelis. Not shying away from some physicality inside.
Thompson outside. Back to Van Vliet. Fires the three. Connects from downtown.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
And Giddey has got the ball here for the Bulls. What an impressive regular season they've been having, getting to 60 wins.
When you talk about magic numbers for a team, 60 wins means you're having an historic year. In fact, we've had stretches longer than 5 years without any team winning 60. So it's really hard to do.
And he knocks down the first one. Good on both. Here's Van Vliet. His last outing, he had 18 points. Pass to Şengün. Green for three. And it's Giddey with a rebound. Chicago leading by 7. Now White. And the layup is good off the glass. 6 points for him.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Thompson outside. Back to Van Vliet. Chicago with a rebound.
Oh, you got to finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
White for three. Offensive rebound. And that one's good. Giddey.
An outstanding first quarter from the field.
Rockets trail by 11. Thompson scanning the floor. Pass to Van Vliet. Launches a three, and that one's good. And Green with the assist. Van Vliet's got 6.
And the luxury of having Van Vliet. He doesn't need the ball to score. Fred can work off the rock and be a spot-up shooter.
Giddey finds White. Oh, he tries a three. Sinks it from distance.
You can't help but look toward their defense. They're totally lost.
Here's Brooks. And that one hits the back iron.
Well, when you get that kind of look inside, you have to capitalize.
Pass to Vucevic. Let's go with a three. Brooks with the rebound. Houston has gone 2 for 4 from range to start things off. And Thompson gets it to go.
You see there, Thompson does a good job of sneaking into the lane and finishing.
Here's Buzelis. To the inside. Brooks with the rebound. Rockets trail by 9. Pass to Thompson. Back to Brooks. Van Vliet with it. From downtown. That one no good. To the paint. Now here's White. Down low. Good work defensively by Brooks. Since being selected in the 21 draft, Alperen Sengun has really improved.
Yeah, from 9 points per game as a rookie to over 20 in his 3rd year. Sengun has averaged about 5 assists per game over a season. A huge number for a 6'11 post guy. He is so skilled.
Thompson with a steal. On the wing, Green. An effective score for them, scoring around 21.5 points a game. And here's Van Vliet from the arc. Knocks down the long J. Van Vliet's got 9.
And this is what Van Vliet is known for, a volume three-point gunner who shoots it well.
And Houston making a change here. Whitmore's checked in. So Chicago going with an almost entire new group here. Chicago leading by 6. Inside. And that bucket makes him 4 for 7 today. Good production.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
Here's Brooks. Oh, and a beautiful feed leads to a monster jam.
Yeah, just showcasing his athleticism. When Brooks gets open space around the rim, he looks to throw it down with authority.
Pass to Robinson. Here's Jones. Clock at 6. The Bulls need to get off a shot. Dosunmu for 3. Nails it from 3. And the Bulls lead by 9.
Oh, it's just raining threes for them early.
Thompson outside. Brooks outside. Here's Van Vliet. And again, it's Houston.
Well, if they can come back and take the lead, this will be because he's carrying him. This quarter's been all about him and his offense.
To the middle. Good work defensively by Brooks.
Already +5 in terms of rebound margin.
On the wing, Whitmore. Robinson defending. Three-pointer, Brooks. Can't get it. He's now 1 of 4 from the floor. Chicago leading by 7. Here's Collins. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
And he's been an ideal teammate tonight. He's really creating plenty of looks with his passing.
Yeah, when there's been an open man, he's found him. And you love to see a guy dishing it like this.
Thompson outside. No good from outside. Chicago has gone 4 of 6 from deep to start this game. Uses the glass on the layup. He's got 13.
I mean, they've been relentless. Just keep getting shots at the rim.
And Van Vliet has got the ball here for the Rockets. 11-point game. Thompson outside. Pass to Brooks. Takes a 3. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Brooks has got 5 now.
And he's much more comfortable shooting off a pass. Brooks with a nice shot.
And we'll have a timeout called by Billy. About how much of a grind the schedule can be, Stan, but here we are. It feels like this season has flown by.
Yeah, Brian, on the one hand, the regular season can be a marathon, but on the other hand, when you really get into it and into that routine every night, it's over before you know it.
Certainly has been entertaining. A step-back shot. He's looking good. 2 buckets in 3 attempts.
Athleticism showing through from Whitmore. He doesn't need much room at all to operate in close.
And so in the game for the Bulls, Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Nikola Vucevic is out there with Buzelis. Pass to Giddey. To the inside. Eason pulls it in.
Excellent coverage defensively, making it hard on him.
Here's Whitmore. Chicago with a rebound. They've led by as many as 11. They want to keep rolling here following the win against Brooklyn.
They really had a strong night shooting the basketball. They got hot and stayed hot.
No, you're not going to lose many games shooting the percentage they did. That takes a disciplined effort.
Rockets trail by 6. Pass to Adams. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
And look at Adams keeping his composure. He doubles down on his inside shot and wins a trip to the charity stripe.
2 shots.
He hits the second from the line. And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. To the paint. Somehow scores the layup in traffic. 15 points in the game.
Well, sharp interior passing is so important. The best way to create high percentage buckets.
And it's Whitmore missing.
Now, this hasn't been his quarter so far. He's really struggling to get going.
Vucevic using his post moves to get the 2 points. Vucevic has gotten his first bucket of the night. Rockets trail by 9. Now Green. 17 points for him last game against Dallas. Houston with another miss.
Well, when they're playing off you, you have to make them pay. And he couldn't.
And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. Comes up empty down low. Houston has gone 0 for 3 from deep to begin the second. Here's Whitmore. Got it. Whitmore's got 8. White with it. He picked up 21 points in their last win against Brooklyn. Pass to Buzelis. Now White. Giddey with it. He tries for 3. Rockets with a rebound. You know, last game they matched up with the Mavs. A tough loss there.
They failed to create enough good looks. The ball movement just wasn't quite where it needed to be.
Yeah, they had a hard time getting the looks they wanted on offense. And it's hard to get a win when that's the case.
Adams, shot's good.
Yeah, this is where Adams looks to score, especially when he has a matchup he likes.
Chicago leading by 5. Back to White. They set the pick. Easton with some nice D.
And he just hasn't been able to get it going this period.
Well, the offense has to look for ways to get him easier shots, better selections. You have to be set up for success.
Outside White. Inside. And it's in there.
26.
He's got 17.
Their offense is really humming right now, and it's because of the beautiful ball distribution.
Outside Whitmore. Green with a screen on White. Here's Whitmore outside. No good. He's missed 5 of his 8 attempts. For Chicago, they've gone 4 of 10 from the field in the second. Well, Stan, you talk about a late bloomer. Kobe White has shown that he might be just that.
Well, Brian, everything has come together for him. He's improved on defense. He's improved his decision-making. He got that second contract and a bigger role, and he is playing great.
They might have the best hair in the NBA. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, Jabari Smith Jr. is making some serious strides, and Coach Ime Udoka praised him and said his all-around game, his confidence, great defensive versatility. He's starting to handle and make plays for others. Shooting is a huge asset for him, but we want him to post up and find his mid-range shots as well, who can rise up over guys. Brian?
He is certainly one to watch, Allie. Thank you.
Yeah, what an athlete Smith is. Excellent at rising up to punch it home.
And Houston will go for a different look here. Şengün checked in for Adams. Thompson comes in for Smith. Brooks, he's checked in for Whitmore. And Van Vliet is subbed in for Green. And Giddey has got the ball here for Chicago. They've led by as many as 11. Following this game, they'll hit the road to challenge the Jazz at Delta Center in Utah. And their road tour has only begun. That'll be game 2 of 6. Van Vliet scanning the floor. Pass to Şengün. And here is Thompson. Just 3 to shoot. Fires. High post. Count it. Good.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Now White. Brooks defending. Back to White. Outside Giddey to the middle. Goes back up. And he lays it up and in. He's got 19.
Have to take care of the defensive boards better than that.
Yeah, they need to pay attention to the details. Second chance points are backbreakers.
Back to Van Vliet. Over Giddey. Van Vliet misses. Chicago leading by 8. Now here's Giddey. Sinks another one. He's on a roll, starting 4 for 4.
Oh, showing off his moves. Giddey can be pretty sly with the ball.
Thompson passes to Şengün. Giddey against Van Vliet. Pass to Brooks. Back to Van Vliet for 3. And he can't get that one.
Well, he started out with 3 triples in the first quarter, but he hasn't been able to connect from distance here in the second.
2 open that time. Made it look easy. White's got 9 points. Uh-oh, now it looks like we've got an injury here, guys. We'll likely see him come out of the game.
And you guys know that this is something every player worries about, no matter your age or your ability.
Yeah, teams.
So it's Chicago, now holding a 12-point lead at quarter's end. They're getting quality looks, and that's why they're shooting at such a high clip. Time for a quick break, then back to the action.
Welcome. First up on the agenda tonight, let's see how the Rookie of the Year race is shaping up.
We're in the home stretch. I don't know if I call these guys rookies now.
Yeah, and we have some pressure-filled games coming up. In addition to everything else, we'll see who has that clutch gene. And going back now to that first half, you could say things are going extremely well for the Chicago Bulls.
It's all been gravy, baby, and you know I know all the flavors of gravy. Movement, finding good looks, and shooting the ball at a high clip.
Yeah, beautiful execution at the offensive end. They're in firm control of this game from that standpoint, guys.
How many kinds of gravy are there?
There's barbecue, there's pineapple, there's
gravy.
orange.
Thanks for tuning in. Now we head back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Bulls leading by 12. And we've got a report now. Let's find out the news on Alperen Sengun.
Hey guys, I spoke with the head athletic trainer for Houston. He said there's a bit of weakness at the wrist area, but so far no sign of any broken bones. While not severe, this is still a serious diagnosis that usually keeps guys off the court for a short period. Back to you.
All right, Allie, thanks. Well, we're all hoping he gets healthy quickly, guys.
Yes, we do. And these trainers are so good at what they do. Hopefully, they'll be able to get him back on the court soon.
Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Thompson out there with Tari Eason. And it's Van Vliet in at the point. And that's the group for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half. Thompson, a screen on White. Green for 3. The shot won't fall.
They've shown that power inside. Their rebounding effort has been sensational.
And out of bounds, Houston will have it.
Well, it shows you how crucial communication is. They clearly weren't on the same page there.
Rockets trail by 17. Second half getting started. About a minute played. White with a steal. They push it up 4 on 3. Eason with a steal. Brooks against White. And Brooks with a basket on the assist from Eason. Brooks has got 7.
And just as tough as they come, Dillon Brooks battling for 2 points.
Pass to Giddey. Down low. Here's Vucevic. Giddey with it. Just 5 on the clock. From the arc. Again gets it to go. He can't miss. 5 for 5.
This defense is getting spaced out. 3 of the last 5 buckets have come from way beyond the arc.
White against Green. And here's Van Vliet from the arc. And that one's good. And Green with the assist. Green's got his 3rd assist of the night.
Well, he's been able to find points, just not enough of them. They've got to string together some more buckets.
Misses in close.
Well, after 3 straight makes, that's their first miss of the half.
Chicago with a rebound.
Well, if you give him that shot again, I'm willing to bet he nails it, especially with that lack of defensive effort.
Uses the glass to finish the layup. 23 points in the game.
You know, they've hit the ground running to begin this second half. 4 for 5 so far.
Thompson outside. From outside, off the mark.
Well, this was his shot to miss, honestly. Poor coverage, good setup. He just couldn't knock it down.
White for 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. He's got 12.
When you let a team knock down that many threes, you know you're likely to be on the wrong side of a run.
Thompson, a screen on White. And here's Green from the arc. He drops it from range.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
And Giddey has got the ball here for the Bulls. They lead by 17. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. For Houston, they've gone 3 of 7 here in this third quarter. Outside, Green. This one for 3. And Houston, another 3.
And their perimeter shooting numbers have been up since the start of the second half.
Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. You know, Grant and Van Vliet, they've got a guy who's been through everything in this league.
Yeah, B.A. Van Vliet's seen it all. He's won a championship. He's been in the All-Star game. He's been on a last-place team. But no wonder nothing seems to faze him.
Nice execution inside from Green.
Yeah, it looks like he hit the reset button at halftime. Not sure if it was a mechanical issue, but he's looked much more confident offensively.
From deep, Giddey. Hey, he's now 6 for 6. He is cooking right now.
A massive reason they're winning. This guy hasn't missed a shot, not one.
Outside, Green. And here's Eason, a dependable player on offense, giving them over 13 a game. And it's Brooks missing. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It's going to be on Tari Eason.
Man, good whistle there.
And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Chicago.
Well, they've been hitting threes at a high clip, and the defense hasn't done enough to challenge them at the line. They need to close out and run them off the 3.
And you have to talk about the passing, too. I mean, the ball has been zipping around on the offense, and they've kept the extra pass mentality the whole way.
Smith, he's checked in for Houston. Tries a 9-footer. Off the left rim and out. Bulls leading by 16. Shot on the wing. Vucevic gets the bucket. Vucevic has gotten his second bucket on the night.
Working it to Vucevic, and he does not hesitate.
Back to Van Vliet. Smith with a screen on White. Pass to Smith. Shot clock at 6. The 3. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Here's Vucevic, giving this team some energy, averaging a little over 10 points a game. Buzelis' shot is good.
And he doesn't waste any time at all. Buzelis got the ball and just attacked right away.
Van Vliet outside. Pass to Smith. Now here's Eason. Now Green to win the run. Drops in the 3. Green's got 11 here in the quarter alone.
Just a heroic scoring effort from him this quarter. He's doing everything he can to will them back into this game.
Here's Buzelis. Outside White. Another 3 for Chicago.
Well, they have leaned on him offensively with good reason. Efficiency will help you win a lot of games.
Smith passes to Van Vliet. Back to Smith. Now Thompson. To the inside. And there's Smith. That one's good. On the assist by Thompson. Thompson's got 3 assists in the game. To the paint. Missed inside. Rockets trail by 19. Here's Van Vliet, and it's Houston scoring again.
And clearly from mid-range, Van Vliet seems pretty comfortable. As long as he likes the angle, that's a shot he can make.
Three-pointer, Buzelis on target from range. Buzelis has got 9 points now in the second half.
They're getting torched on the perimeter. 4 of the last 5 buckets have been threes.
Stan, your coaching career started in the 1980s. How are players different today versus then?
Well, look, players have always shared one thing. They want to be the best that they can be, and they want to win games. But the players now are bigger, faster, stronger, and more skilled. The rules have changed, so the game's a little bit less physical, particularly at the NBA level, but the players are just better.
And what's working here? Each guy is willing to make the next pass.
Green for 3. Buzelis grabs the board. Here are the Bulls with the ball. They're on an 18-7 run.
In the third. 2 minutes.
Lays it up and banks it in. 26 points for him.
And it gets even worse for them. I mean, he just waltzes down the lane, extending their advantage. Not good.
Well, it's not going to get any easier if they can't improve their defensive intensity. They got to show some fight.
It's the fire he's playing with that has him leading the team in rebounds.
Double digits for him on the glass. He's getting it done.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Hey, BA, well, the Rockets got a lot more organized with Coach Ime Udoka and their veteran additions, including point guard Fred VanVleet, who said it's just having that poise and presence to slow things down and get guys where they need to be. Rein it in, get some structure, and maximize these guys' potential. BA?
Allie, a great floor general. Thanks for that. Three-pointer, Vucevic drains the triple. Vucevic has got 7 points.
Lackluster defense, showing no desire to chase shooters off that line.
Thompson against Smith. Thompson's shot is off.
And they need his offense right now, but his shot is just not falling.
Shot is up. Thompson pulls it in. Thompson's got 5 rebounds in the game. Over Buzelis. Thompson's shot is off. Chicago shooting 64% for the game. Amazing. Back to Smith. To the wing, right side. Pass to White. Vucevic, a screen on Van Vliet. Right wing. Three-pointer, Buzelis. Yet another assist.
That makes 15 assists.
He has been one step ahead of the defense all game long. Lets the 3 fly. He's off on that one. And so it's Chicago, firmly in control with an impressive 28-point lead as the quarter ends. Defense is setting the tone. Back to the game. Lead is checked in for Whitmore. Timeout called. Houston.
Way to go, everyone. Let's hear it for you.
Outside, Green. Over Herder. That one's good from Green. And the assist from Van Vliet. Van Vliet's got his 3rd assist of the night. And for Chicago, let's take a look. Trey Jones is out there with Kevin Herder. Then there's Zach Collins. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. And we haven't seen a new franchise join the NBA stand since the Charlotte Bobcats in 2003. 20 years later, though, things seem to be percolating a bit.
Well, you've seen it, Brian. There's some deep pockets out there and some great markets, all vying to get into the action. And we know that the NBA is all about growth.
The Bulls have gone 8 of 9 here in the fourth quarter. Up top, Robinson. Jones from outside. The Rockets pull it in. On the wing, Whitmore. Herder defending. It's hauled in by Robinson. Chicago has gone 2 of 4 from the perimeter here in the fourth quarter. Pass to Herder. On the wing, Jones. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Off target with the 3. And so it's Green who brings up the ball for the Rockets. And here's Whitmore. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Adams. And this is what the schedule looks like for the Chicago Bulls. On Monday, they'll go up against the Jazz in Utah. And then on Wednesday, they'll be playing against Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns.
In that game against the Kings, anything can happen in the NBA, but they'll be a heavy favorite, and it would take a total meltdown for them to lose.
Jones' shot is good.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
Inside, here's Green. It's hauled in by Herder. Chicago's gone 3 of 6 from downtown so far in the fourth. Jones from outside. It's hauled in by Houston. Easton's got his 4th rebound in this one.
Well, sometimes it's just not your night. But despite his struggles, they're ahead in the game.
Van Vliet misses.
He's trying to force his way into a rhythm, but that's not helping the team.
Brooks with the rebound. Brooks has got 4 rebounds now. Here's Thompson. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line.
The sheer size of Thompson makes it difficult for defenders to match up well against him.
That free throw's good from Thompson. Stan, as a coach and now a broadcaster, you've gotten to visit all the great cities the NBA has to offer. Can you give us a favorite?
So, Brian, you're going to try to get me in trouble here. I'm going to give you one city and offend 29 other fan bases. Not a chance. I love all the NBA cities.
Not like you not to take a stance. And for the Bulls, they're shooting an efficient 64%. Excellent. And then it's Collins with the dunk.
Well, when you move the ball, you open up the defense. Great job to make the unselfish play.
Three-pointer, Van Vliet. That one doesn't drop. It's Herder on the wing. Outside Robinson. Out to the right wing. Fires the 3. It's hauled in by Houston. Easton's got 5 rebounds tonight. And here's Green from the arc. The basket's good. Off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got 6 assists in the game. And Chicago has possession. Takes the 3. Thompson pulls it in. Thompson's got 6 rebounds in the game. Van Vliet up top. And the layup is good off the glass. Van Vliet's got 20 points.
And when Van Vliet kicks it up a notch, get out of his way. Keep letting him do his thing.
A tad short, but it's good off the front iron.
Good move inside, finishing through some tough defense. He'll battle you anytime he's around the rim.
Brooks finds Thompson. Back to Brooks. Up top, Thompson. Pass to Van Vliet. From downtown. Doesn't go that time.
At this point, I'm not sure if it's the play calling or the player himself.
There's 1:54 left in the final quarter.
Not himself from range right now, but the only way out of this funk is to keep trying.
Easton with the ball. Well, Grant, we've heard some out there say dynasties are dead. And these days, there are a lot of teams contending for titles.
Well, the NBA is happy to see all the competition. But, you know, this league has been defined over the decades by dynasties. We'll see if their epitaph has been written.
Good decision-making from Jones. He's embraced that in his young career.
It's safe to say they have dominated this game. The game wasn't even as close as the score says in a great win for the Bulls.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And all year, this squad has been playing with real urgency and determination. No surprise to see them hit 61 total wins.
Only a 2-game series, and they win both. They have to be satisfied with this.
Pass to Herder. Takes a three. Oh, he remains perfect. 7 for 7, showing no signs of letting up.
Excellent effort on the road. They've literally sucked the energy out of this arena.
Yeah, and winning games on the road is huge, especially when you get them in such a convincing fashion.
And the big X factor Van Vliet brings to the team is leadership. He's very talented at setting a good tone out on the floor and organizing his guys.
Smith, he's checked in for Chicago. Dosunmu comes in for Jones. Both free throws good from Van Vliet. 30 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. To the middle. The jump hook uses the glass that time. It's good.
Leaving nothing to chance. This run shutting the door on him.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
And a speedy offensive play by Van Vliet. Pulling up out of nowhere for a shot.
Pass to Herder. So it's the Bulls winning this one easily. A statement road victory. So impressive.
Statement indeed, B.A. It was in enemy territory, but they controlled the game and took the crowd completely out of it. That's how you win on the road.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Coach Stan Van Gundy, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching the NBA on 2K Sports. So long and good night, everyone.
Another game, another win. Back to work tomorrow.
Another day, another win. Good work. No excuses tonight, because I know you didn't go out last night.
Facing one of the heavyweights tonight. Coming up next, the Bulls taking on the Jazz. For the Bulls, the best record in the NBA. And it's no accident. An elite team that expects to win every time they take the floor. Jazz, Bulls is next, right after this. We hope you're wearing the green today on this special presentation of the NBA on St. Patrick's Day. This is Kevin Harlan with Hall of Famer Doris Burke and Greg Anthony giving us the rundown. Doris, a good old-fashioned East versus West showdown tonight. Here we go, everybody. This should be a beauty.
Kev, you can feel the excitement in this building. Number one, when it's a cross-conference rival, you know you only get to see this twice per year. And the rivalry is what makes this so much fun.
Let's check out Chicago's starting lineup. The guard set is Giddey and White. Robinson is out there with Vucevic. White, good.
An assertive offensive player. White knows he has the green light to rise and fire.
George passes to Markkanen. Kessler with it. Back to Markkanen. Knocked away. It's stolen by Vucevic. Outside, White. Shot clock at 6. Puts up a 3. Comes out of the gate empty. He's 0 for 1. So the Jazz, their last game, a loss to the Timberwolves in Minnesota. George with the bucket.
This is where the length of Keontae George helps, right? Inside, he's so much longer than your typical guard.
First 1:30 gone here in the first quarter. And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. White finds Giddey. On the wing, Giddey. Nifty move. And such a nice move to make the basket work.
Boy, it looked like the defense was perfectly positioned. Outstanding contest. And Josh Giddey says, I don't care. I'm scoring anyway.
Back to George. Pass to Markkanen. The tray. Hands it from downtown.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Bulls have gone 2 of 3 here to start off the game. You know, Greg, thinking back to the glory days in Utah, they went to back-to-back finals in 97 and 98.
Unfortunately, though, Kevin, that Stockton-Malone era, they just couldn't overcome.
Jazz still searching for that first NBA title.
Chicago has gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Can't hit from in close.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Collins kicks to Sexton. This one for 3. Shot by Collins, no good.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
The wide open look here for Vucevic. Hits it from three-point range.
Well, what anticipation from the Montenegrin center. Vucevic reading the defense well on the catch and shoot.
Now George. 17 points in his last outing. Pass to Collins. Markkanen in the corner. That 3 off the mark. The Bulls leading. Outside Robinson. Here's Vucevic. Kessler with the rebound. George against Giddey. And it's George missing. So for Chicago, their last game will win against the Rockets in Houston. Pass to Giddey. Down low. He's just scored his first basket with that shot, making him 1 for 4.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
To the paint. Whistle blows. Basket is good. So a chance here for a 3-point play.
This guy is quickly developing into an outstanding playmaker, Josh Giddey. Nice setup.
Bulls shooting their first free throw of the game right now. Collier, he's checked in for the Jazz. And so George will bring it up for Utah. They trail by 6. Victory eluded them last time in Chicago when they faced the Bulls.
And they'll want to show that they're a much better team than they demonstrated last time out against these guys. At the very least, avoid another blowout.
Well, so many of their problems stem from turnovers. They simply could not take care of the ball, and it cost them in that matchup.
Now that we have a second, let's take a quick peek at the rebounding numbers for the last handful of seasons for Nikola Vucevic.
It's a concerning trend for him. Whether he's lost some strength or just isn't putting in as much effort on the glass as he used to, he's not rebounding nearly as effectively anymore. And that's something that needs to change.
Pass to Collier. Collins, a screen on Giddey. Collier. Good on the 3-point shot.
Always a bonus when points come from unlikely sources. And you can see this guy's been working on that shot.
Now Robinson on the wing, Giddey. Right side Robinson, and it's Vucevic in the corner. The Bulls need to get a shot off here. Pass to White, and there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Well, this is the time of year you want to get on a roll, and that's what this crew has done. They're the hottest shooting 2 guards in the NBA since the All-Star break. Kobe White, number 1.
And he is not a wasteful player. That much we've learned. I mean, he makes the most of the good looks he gets, and if it's not there, he's not going to force a bad shot.
You know, that's what it takes. If you're going to shoot a high percentage, you have to have the touch, no doubt. But you also need to be intelligent in your shot selection. He's a coach's dream in that department.
White against George. Pass to Collins. Here's Collier. Kicks it out to Markkanen. That misses. Had a chance to tie it there. Chicago leading by.
And what I love about Markkanen, he takes care of the basketball, and that's a result of being patient, playing smart, and just generally getting his points within the flow of the offense.
And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. 5 on the clock. Off target from three-point range. The Jazz have gone 4 of 10 shooting the ball here in the first quarter. George passes to Collins. It's all in by the Bulls, coming into this having notched a win against the Rockets in their last game.
Yeah, their long-range artillery hit the mark more often than not. A great equalizer when you're on the road.
It's always a good thing when the defense is scrambling. Whenever there was open space on the perimeter, their shooters were able to locate it.
And the Bulls with some changes. Collins comes in for Nikola Vucevic, and Jones subbed in for Josh Giddey. Kessler screen on White. And here's George for 3. Knocks down the 3-ball. George has got 5 now.
And developing that 3-ball shot, George is putting in the work now.
Pass to Robinson. Inside. And he drops in the layup off the glass. He has 7.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Now, here's Markkanen. Collins grabs the miss. Bulls have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. And Jones gets it to go in on the assist by White. Now it's a 4-point Bulls lead. And for the Jazz, they're shooting in this first quarter around 38%. They're looking a bit creaky out there. Pass to Collier. Here's George. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
Aggressive slash from the young guard. George fears no one when attacking the basket.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, D.A.?
Kevin, thank you. The Utah Jazz last season became one of the first teams in the league to move their games to broadcast television. It's a gamble, but they just about tripled their reach. And with the rapid growth in the region, they have a chance to attract new fans. Kevin, no doubt, other NBA teams are keen to see how this goes.
Oh, David, no question at all. And we thank you for your report.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Left side, Markkanen. Markkanen sets the pick for George. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. The Bulls leading by 5. Puts up a 3. And it's White missing.
And that one gives them a +5 rebound advantage, Kevin.
The shot by Markkanen, nobody around, and it's off from three-point range.
Just not much success when it comes to shooting.
It's good for his 4th bucket of the night. He's shooting 4 of 8.
They've wasted no time settling into their offense.
And the Jazz with possession coming off that loss against the Timberwolves.
Man, that game goes down to the wire. Both teams exhausted, but only one has something left for the encore.
You know, that one's a tough one to take. You force the extra session, and then you have the heartbreak of not being able to get it done in the extra session. Brutal.
Here's White. Jump shot is good that time. White's got his third basket of the night.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
Back to George. Outside Collins. Kessler in the post. He's guarded by Collins. Kessler, no good. Back to White. Over George. And it's White missing.
And it didn't fall, but that's the kind of shot they want their offense to create.
You know, it can be frustrating when you make the right play and fail to reap the rewards. You just have to stay with it here.
Well, this is as easy as it gets for Collins. Once he establishes position, the defense is toast.
And yes, it's good. 11 points in the game.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Here's Collier. Markkanen from outside. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
Big time shot to beat the buzzer there. My goodness.
Well, that's a perfect end to the quarter for them. You have no idea how much of an effect those buzzer beaters can have on a team's momentum.
The offense coming free and easy as we wrap up the first quarter. The Bulls on top, up by 4. From the Delta Center, it's the NBA on 2K Sports. And it's good to have you back with us as we celebrate St. Patrick's Day with more NBA action on 2K Sports. And guys, what's your take on the Bulls so far?
Well, they used the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
And we know this. Every team in the league now seems to be looking to play with pace.
Martin is out there with Filipowski. Then there's Sexton. Then it's Collier. And it's Mikhailuk in at the small forward. That's the group right now for Utah. And it's Collier missing.
The game has been very close in a lot of areas, but rebounding has been the one differentiator thus far. Yeah, the chemistry has been terrific. Really impressed with their offensive execution.
Jazz trail by 6. And ends up going with the new group. Bulls moving the ball around. That shot wide open. Collins has got the lead up to 8 now for Chicago.
Well, he showed right there. This guy capable of making shots, especially if you leave him that wide open.
Pass to Filipowski. Here's Juzang. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. Juzang's got his second basket of the night.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Lock at 6. And here's Collins. And out of bounds as Utah gains possession. The Jazz making a switch here. Sexton's checked in. And Chicago also making a switch. Robinson's checked in for Williams. Jazz trail by 5. Outside, Sexton. Pass to Markkanen. Lets it go with a 3. That falls. Nice speed that time from George. Markkanen's got 13.
And they are absolutely stroking it from beyond the arc.
Now, here's Collins. Outside, White. From beyond the arc. And the Bulls, another 3.
And just running the offense. White's that new breed of combo guard who can do a little bit of everything.
Hey, Greg, Kobe White has proven he can run the show.
Yeah, well, he's more than just a scorer. He's become a quality playmaker with better decision-making. But his biggest improvement has been his efficiency.
4 on the clock. George way outside. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Chicago leading by 5. Back to Collins. For 3. Filipowski grabs the board. Filipowski's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Outside for George. Beyond the arc. Robinson pulls it in. Bulls have gotten 7 of their 12 field goal attempts to drop here in the second quarter. Up over 50%. To the middle. Whoops, they pick off the pass. George looking around. Outside, Markkanen. Nailed from three-point land. He's got 16.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And right now, Greg, he is doing a great job delivering for this team. Productive and efficient.
And a solid playmaker. White has a great sense for when he should look to give it up.
Markkanen kicks to George. Kicks it out to Markkanen. And a miss there on the triple. Bulls leading by 5. Here's Robinson, and the dunk by Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson understands how to position himself and turn the lights out. Makes that easy.
George passes to Markkanen. Here's Collins from outside the arc. It will not find the hoop. It's his third. Miss. He has made 2. Back to Herter. Outside Robinson. In the corner. Herter with it. Lets it go from deep on